Hello and welcome to my home.
We may not be in the office at the moment,
but we are still here to help.
Insure with SCIB.
And don't worry if your horse gets sick,
Your funeral car breaks down,
or even your business premises floods.
we're still here to help you.
And so am I.
difficult times are ahead.
But please don't add to them.
By ignoring your insurance and letting it lapse.
If you need us, call us or email us.
I'm still here at the end of the phone or answering your emails.
We want to take this opportunity to thank you.
Our key workers.
The NHS.
We couldn't do it without you. You're doing an amazing job.
SCIB, here to help.
Hashtag SCIB, here to help.
Hello and welcome to the second day of dressage at the NAF virtual 5-star eventing competition. We are live here in the UK bringing you this unique event, trying to raise as much money as possible for the NHS and frontline health services all over the world. And I can tell you that as of just before 11 o'clock was when we checked the totalizer, and the total so far is £114,930. Thank you to all of you who've donated. If you want to donate, you can at the website virtualeventing.com, where there's also a wonderful silent auction and some virtual shopping for you to take advantage of. Now, I've got to tell you that Archie Smith Maxwell, who is the youngest competitor in the competition, making his 5-star debut, he is also our top fundraiser, so well done to him. And he also got a 10 for his Holt yesterday. So congratulations there, Archie, on Master Ping. A 10 for your Holt. We'd all love one of those, wouldn't we? In second place in the fundraising table is William Foxpitt, and Lawrence Hunt is in third place. And France are still leading the Global Charity Cup, with the Isle of Man in second place and Great Britain in third. Now, we hope you enjoyed the first day of dressage action. Let's have a look at our overnight leader, Yasmin Ingham, on Sandman 7. We thought she'd do a good test and she didn't let us down. This, of course, is Pippa Funnell's gold ride. She took him to the European Championships at Blair in 2015. I'm just trying to remember the date, but I'm pretty sure it was 2015. I remember watching them there. They blew us away, and Yasmin did it yesterday on Sandman 7. So she is in first place, but it is very, very close at the top of the table. Gemma Tattersall is in second place, and then Victoria Panizon is in third. But there is 0.6 of a penalty points dividing those top three. And we also had, of course, William Foxpitt on the 20-year-old Cool Mountain. Wasn't it great to see his old campaigner back riding a 5-star test? Halltown Harley, Georgie Spence there in 10th place on her Burley horse. We've also, of course, got the badminton winner, Paul Brocker, with Sam Griffiths. They are currently in 4th place. So that is the top 10. But we have some very good combinations to come for you today. Let's have a look at the start list then for the second day of dressage at this NAF virtual 5-star eventing competition. So to kick things off, we have Boots Avondale with Anna Siemer. I don't know if you saw the trot up, but she put in a pretty good performance as a model on the catwalk there. She was at Le Moulin doing her trot up, looking very classy. Sarah Way is second to go Dasset Cooley Run. We have the likes of Nikki Hill and MGH Bingo Boy. 10th to go today, Abby Bolton on Tilston TikTok. Then in the second bunch of riders in today's dressage, Tom Kileel on Berman, he is the first to go in the second bunch. He should do a nice test there. And we've also got people like Joseph Murphy and then Laura Collett on one of the classiest horses in the whole field, London 52. Laura Collett there showing her support for this event. And thanks to all the riders who've really got into this event. And then the last lot to go, Emma Hislop-Webb, Noah Waldo III, and then Boyd Martin. Now, what will he do for us? The American team rider, linchpin of the American team for so many years. What will he do here in this virtual 5-star eventing competition? We will have to see. I think it's time to stop me rabbling on and get to the action. Let's get to our commentary team then for the second day of dressage here at the NAF Virtual 5-Star Eventing with Spencer Sturmey and Pammy Hutton.
Well, thank you very much, Lizzie, and welcome to day 2 of the NAF Virtual 5-Star Eventing competition. And this is the first to go on Friday morning for Germany. Anna Siemer, she rides a 13-year-old mare, Butts Avondale, super mare that was 13th at the European Championships at Le Moulin last year. And they've had some really good form. First 5-star, though, for this combination. Pammy, good morning to you. It's a beautiful morning.
Good morning. It is. It's been a wonderful, sunny couple of days. So we're watching this mare in extended trot. You've seen this mare before, and I'm not quite
first day of dressage, and these horses, they're not at peak fitness. They're just ticking over. You've had a real struggle. Riding schools have been hit hard, and these guys have just been ticking them over. She looks brilliant, but she doesn't look as good as she did at those European Championships last year, and that's fair to say.
And it's just watching this shoulder in. It's on 4 tracks, not 3. And so if she was at her peak fitness, she might be sitting a little more and a little more self-carrying. And it's really, this is still getting nice marks, 7s. But for the really higher marks, for me, she'd have to be just that bit more engaged, a little bit more sitting behind and a little more active.
And to threaten those leaders, and of course Yasmin Ingham and Sandman 7, they're out in front 26.3 with Gemma Tattersall for Great Britain second. Quick look, the 5th on 26.4. It's very, very tight at the top, and this mare's not going to be too far away, is she?
No, she isn't. Certainly not. A little bit of a wobble on that circle. I think she fell out a bit through the outside shoulder. What you're watching for is the inside front and then the inside hind and the outside front on one track, and that was a very wide angle. In fact, the quarters went out a little bit. So, you know, most top judges like that shoulder in. I think it's written in the FEI requirements, I'm sure it is, that a true shoulder in should be on 3 tracks. And that, out of all the movements, that is the most difficult movement, apart from the flying changes in this test, to do absolutely correctly.
On the centre line. You talked yesterday, Pammy, about your kneecap being on the centre line for that perfect centre line.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was going to go further today, Spencer, and ask you to drop your eye from the kneecap to the floor. Okay, good. And if you do that on the screen, you'll see that from the kneecap to the floor should be smack in the middle of the 2 hind legs. And that's how one as a rider knows where the hind legs are. That's a very useful bit of information. We'll be watching out for that. So the halt's not quite square. The right hind needs to just step up. But the first steps and the steps to the rein back are very soft, just dropping the balance at the end of it. Dropped her nose down a bit. Forwards to the canter. And medium canter. Quite a lot of bending in the neck to the right for the really high marks. And when we talk really high marks, we've seen at the top level, I'm sure you've seen your good few spates of 10s. Yes. There's a nice mare with 3 good paces, just for those 8s and 9s, lacks a little bit in self-carriage and almost saying, wow. She's looking quite obedient and doing everything. But possibly the wow factor. It has more right bend generally than left bend. And watching the flying change, which was straight. Yesterday, for those who've only tuned in today, we need to tell you that if we can't see something, it's we are seeing exactly as the judges have seen. Yeah. And that's a very good point, just to reiterate that what you guys are seeing on the screen is exactly what our 3 judges, Annabelle Scrimmager, Jane Tolley and Les Smith, are seeing as well. They're not sat around the arena, they are sat judging the screen that you are seeing. So the quarters came in a little bit on that corner, which I'm sure, you know, we all have our things that we focus on. One of the judges will probably just nip half a mark off for straightness. But the stretching is nice. Again, yesterday we saw one brilliant stretching where the nose went forward to the vertical line, and I think that that was perfect. No corner after the circle to show the difference, which is a pity. The canter, she's just not quite coming back to being set up, but the change was very correct.
She's got very good changes, hasn't she? They were established.
Yes. And also this Mary's resistant free, and by that the ears are quiet, the tail is quiet, and you don't see her muscles saying, I'm not doing this now. Good.
And a fairly good hold, Pammy, there to finish.
Yes, very good hold.
And a Siemer there for Germany with Professor Dr. Volker Steinkraus's Bart Savendale, this lovely mare, super, super talented. And she's 13 years old. You can tell why she was placed just outside the top 10 at those European Championships last year. And I think if we have seen different work going into this mare at the beginning of the season, then I think this would have been right up there after the dressage.
Yes, it would. And of course, I realised my mistake yesterday was I absolutely never asked you to guess the mark.
No.
You made me do it every single horse.
I did. What do you think then?
Well, you see, I'm not going to put the quarters fell out. Low 30s.
Okay, Pammy Hutton says low 30s. Remember, 26.3 Yasmin Ingham, Sandman 7 is in the lead. So first to go, and never easy first to go.
It didn't make any mistakes, did it?
So,
no. 32.3.
Okay.
31.
You were pretty good yesterday, Pammy, I have to say.
Am I off the mark today?
Let's see. 32.4. Pammy Hutton.
Bad luck.
Well done.
Yeah.
So that goes, currently, Anna Siemer goes into 7th place in the top 10. As we welcome into the arena now, into her virtual arena, Sarah Way, with the lovely little dun, Dasset Cooley dun. Sarah, hugely experienced, Dasset Cooley dun. Everybody loves her dun. And she rides for Great Britain.
With long shadows, so it must have been an afternoon.
Yeah, remember these are going out as live. 14-year-old, this lovely dun. This gelding, owned by Kate Willis and Mel Pritchard. 10th at Poe in the 5-star last year.
Ooh, that was good.
Very good.
Very straight. Oh. It's only a tiny person.
Dasset Cooley dun is tiny.
It's a pocket rocket.
Yeah. Looks like they've got great homemade markers around the arena. And these riders have done a lot of work in these difficult times, making their own arenas, putting the sponsors' banners up around the arena, as you can see, and the grooms, the staff, they've all got involved. They've loved having something to focus on.
I'd give that a good mark for something we didn't see all day yesterday, which is hind legs doing as much as the front legs. Pocket rocket really sits under and takes equally long steps behind as in front. Now, that would be handy to see that a little closer.
Wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I nearly went to polish my eyes. But again, you know, that's what the judges are seeing. Now, this shoulder in, 3 tracks, kneecap to the floor. I think we'll do it on a better surface. But that would be between the horse's 2 hind legs. That was a 3-track shoulder in.
It's a very smart test so far.
Extremely. I like the fact that the hind legs do what the front legs do, and you know, some of the some horses in dressage today can flash the hind legs and drop the flash the front legs and drop the hind legs short.
And we're going to get the same angle in this half pass, which is, it is difficult to see, but this is exactly, Pammy just mentioned, this is exactly what the judges are seeing.
Yeah, you'd have to stay in a good mood. I'd still give that a 7, even though I could barely see it, because I'm going to take a good guess. Pocket Rocket doesn't resist anywhere. The rhythm is exactly the same. Could have a little bit of a softer left bend, which has reminded me that there wasn't as much left bend in the left half pass. That's why I gave the right half pass 7.5, probably.
Okay. So this is the extended walk.
Where you want a good over track, and the whole of the top line, that means tails to ears to lengthen. Could it stretch down, forward and down a bit more? Spencer?
What's that?
Question. Could it stretch forward and down a little more?
I would like to see a little bit more stretch in the neck and from the wither, yes. Would you?
Yes.
Yeah.
For the 9.
Yeah.
Or the 8. The steps, what the steps did was good. This is going to be hard. Who's got the best eyesight?
Well, I've got my glasses on.
I'm going to look for mine.
Are you? There we go.
We've got a side camera. That's better.
That's a bit better, isn't it?
Yeah, front feet. The right front could come forward. 2, 3, 5. A little bit of stiffening in the back there for perfection, and slightly muddled into the canter strike off, in that it wasn't clean or direct. I love the ears forward. And again, the transition could have shown a little bit more. You should always start a medium and extended canter with a capital letter and end it with a full stop. Go on, that's your call.
Well, it was on her leg, but just late behind.
Correct.
So this is the half pass.
Left, which with the glasses on, tiny little bit more flexion maybe. And then you have to be so careful to straighten. The horse has to wait and then do the change. That one was all right.
I think that what we did notice, or what you noticed and pointed out, was a tiny bit of tension in the back when she did her rein back, and that's just creeping in a little bit, isn't it, in the canter work now?
It is. I agree with you, and that one went late, so the right to left changes are harder. It's almost as if it would feel a little stilted. Straight legged. So yes, she skips around that corner. She can cut it there because she's on the 20 metre. And then hopefully she'll go into the corner after the circle. It's only little things, but every half mark helps. So shorten the reins, go into the corner. That's better. And coming to this last change, which should be the better one. It went early behind.
Just feeling a little bit fresh, I think, and you can see there in the canter that he's just is tight in that hind leg.
Or the back.
Yeah. Oh.
So that is an unfortunate hold. The horse took it, backed off the aids, dropped the contact, and hollowed.
Yeah, it was a real shame because the rest of the test was pretty solid. Again, wasn't mistake-free, but I think that the trot work for me was the highlights, and the canter work just let him down a little bit today because he's a super little horse. As I said earlier, 10th at Poe, he is a pocket rocket, but just these horses that they're ticking, they're not working as they would be if they were aimed at a major 3-day in the season.
I know that, and on my ride this morning, I sort of was puffing and panting, and I achieved a really straight centre line halt move off, and I announced to my daughter, who's giving me a lesson, that is enough. I was so stunned that I was straight. But you can't help it. I mean, we've got no competitions on the horizon.
Yeah.
And we're in lockdown.
Yeah.
So the effort, these riders, and the permission from the owners, a lot of horses have been roughed off.
Yeah, that's right. And we're so grateful to the owners for allowing a lot of these riders to compete in this very first NAF 5-star virtual eventing competition. And We've got a stellar field, as we've said. We had William Fox Pitt and Cool Mountain yesterday. William, 14-time 5-star winner. Cool Mountain, a 5-star winner in Kentucky. We've got 5-star riders here. Sarah Waste,
yeah,
I was going to 35.1.
I was going to tell you 35.
You were there, you were on the button yesterday. You're pretty good at this.
I tell you where I learnt. Very quickly, I'll tell you. Jessica Harrington's father.
Yeah.
She used to ride around Badminton. She now trains racehorses. And I used to go and sit in the stand with him, and he would make me guess the mark. I trained Jessica.
Very good.
So that's kind of where it comes to. And he says, never be afraid of making a mistake, Pammy. You might be right. The judges might not be quite as right, or the judges might be right, and you've made an error.
Well, there you go. Dasset Killy-Dunn goes into 12th. We now go to the United States of America, and this is now Hannah Sue Burnett, and she rides Luke's Well by Puissance. You may recognize the arena because we saw this arena yesterday.
We did.
And this 15-year-old gelding, Luke's Well by Puissance, owned by the Luke's Well Partnership, and this is their first 5-star together.
Just pity in the nice entry straight, and then did that sort of step back. A lot of horses do that, step back in the first halt. This is their first 5-star test.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what's not easy for Hannah is the fact that we talked a little bit about it yesterday, conformation. It just got a bit of a short front leg. So it's difficult to make this horse appear free in the shoulders.
Yes.
Because we'd like her sitting and carrying a bit more. So she sort of slightly trundles along.
Let's see if we can. I'm looking down, Pammy. I'm just seeing if I can
see. Kneecap floor, kneecap floor, kneecap floor between the horse's 2 hind legs.
That's a great. I'm using that.
All right. I made note. I made note that you live near Where do you live? Chipping Norton.
No, just the other side of Burford.
Burford. Very close.
Return
to the track a bit before F, and that wouldn't be quite enough. And one of the FEI judges that are judging this might actually give that a 5 if they're in a bit of a grump.
Okay.
I'm not going to say which one. I'm naming no names. But always know your judges, I was told. So we've got the very accurate 8-meter circle, sorry Spencer, and not quite on the center line. You can see the cone of the A marker behind her. So she's actually to the right of the center line, and that's got a beautiful blue mark. So if she learns to point that kneecap at the blue mark on the board, she'll then have the horse's hind legs on the center line.
And just a little bit late to walk as well. Will that lose a mark?
I think so.
Yeah.
Somebody snapped at me once, will you ride the test as written? And in its utter simplicity, that's right.
If you haven't seen either the trot up that was on Wednesday, then you can re-watch the trot up, which will be, there's a link, I think, on the virtual eventing website. If not, then it's on the YouTube channel. Absolutely hilarious. The effort that these riders went to was phenomenal. It is side-splittingly funny. So make sure you head over and watch the trot up from Wednesday. And of course, Pammy, we must mention this is all for charity. It's NHS for UK and medical charities all over the world. These riders from their home countries raising money for those vital frontline workers.
Yes, and I almost thought yesterday that I hope that I never sound dismissive of this ghastly disease that has swept the world and is changing so many lives forever. It is just awful. So we've got her test. She rode that well because the horse went to go before her and she quite rightly said no.
Yeah.
And although it was a bit untidy, I think she took the right decision, and we saw yesterday some of the decisions taken by these riders. They're well aware that this is not in a championship situation, so they might as well just put it right. The mare got there before her, and also it did what I call centerline-itis, got to the center line and said, no further, mummy.
Yep.
And that's where in training at home, you want to take these half passes just in 10 meters or over, that was late behind, 15 meters, or go the whole way. So the horse is always on the aids. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
This horse is not quite on her aids. Like downward transition, you know, the lengthening wasn't phenomenal, but there was no downward transition. And again, this reminds me, sorry, Spencer, taking over a bit.
No.
A couple of the canters fell apart yesterday.
Yeah.
And this canter, when she loosed the reins, did the same. It almost went full time and sprawled a bit. Watch the right hind. Perfect. So that was a good change. So I might mark down the stretching. She went back a... Oh, where do you go back on that? I have got the test sheet, you'll be pleased to hear.
Well done.
I know, an improvement. Halted a little bit early.
She did. And I just want to say as well, you might notice people around the arena that are filming these tests. And you may, at some points with riders, see that there are more than a couple of people. These guys are locked down as families. No one has come into their properties to watch. There are no crowds. There are no viewing spectators. These are locked down in their own private properties. And these are staff that have been locked down. You're in a similar boat. You've got a number of staff locked down with you.
I've got 23 children.
Yeah.
Staff and students. Yes.
Wow. Where do we think this is going, Pammy? What do you think this mark will be?
30. I didn't like this too much. 39.
Okay.
But I think that she's done a very tidy job. I might be being a little bit mean.
Well, let's wait and see, because we don't have long to wait now before Hannah Sue's test comes up. And here is the mark, 30.5.
You are having a laugh.
And goes into 7th
Whoa,
place.
I owe her an apology.
So Luke Swell, 30.5 into 7th. Well, next to go for Great Britain, it is Matt Heath. Matt rides Plum, Rowlands, Ascari. And Matt, no stranger to 5-star, of course, wonderful partnership with the wonderful The Lion. And he rides today this 12-year-old gelding, former ride of Dickie Waygood, combination making their 5-star debut. They've competed in a number of internationals, but this will be Ascari's first 5-star.
Moves nicely. I tell you what I've just proved is judging is all various people's opinion.
Yeah.
It's training. We all learn. I am a trained judge. But when one gets discrepancies in dressage, I've just given you an example of how it can happen. So I would have on the last test been more mean. On this one, I'm straight away back in a very good mood because we've got, that's the wrong way of describing it, but this is amongst my likes. This horse moves freely forward with expression. Little couple of wobbles on that. He's in a hurry. And it could be a tiny bit rounder. Doesn't matter that it's in a double bridle, as long as you don't end up thinking that it's in a double to keep it on the bit.
Yes.
That's said simply. Right bend. Into the half pass, into the left circle. So this is a ground covering test.
Yes, isn't it?
Half the time of the last one.
I was just thinking, Ascari, big moving horse, covers a lot of ground. There's great potential for good reach in those half passes as well. I expect Matt gets a bit of a stitch on this horse. Wouldn't want to ride after lunch.
I don't eat lunch. Always on a diet, Spencer.
Well, as we all are.
So, just wouldn't, even in the extended walk, could take rein more forward and down.
So when you say take rein forward, as in seek the rein?
Yes, you can use that expression.
Yeah.
Do you know, one day somebody will write a judge's book glossary of terms used.
Yeah.
You'd have to be very careful in an atmosphere that the collected walk doesn't go, and now I'll use a term, brittle.
Yep.
Very nearly tightened. And there in the rein back, you saw the tension and the fact that it wasn't in diagonal pairs. Now it's clean above the bit. He's ridden that tactfully, hasn't had a row. Just, and here people use the expression, is it over the back? Lovely flying change. I can agree that this horse for me isn't quite round enough.
Yeah. But then we've said we don't know how much work these horses have been doing, and a lot of these riders, they've been in two minds as to what to do. Shoes on, shoes off. They go out in the field, they come back in. They've not had long to prepare because
good flying change.
This virtual 5-star has been put together incredibly quickly, and they've not had much time to practice.
No, we're trying to keep as many horses in work as usual. I think nobody retired sitting in an armchair keeps their suppleness. That was a nice flying change.
Good changes, hasn't it?
Yeah, flying changes that I woo. He's gone. That's nice. Very active. So this would be, for me, getting actually where I've corrected it, or I don't sound quite so cheerful, is only because I long to give this high marks because of the freedom of movement. I love a horse that moves.
The nice thing about Matt is he's ridden those movements. You know, with the extension, you saw the bullet out of a gun and then the transition back.
Yes, and that attack feeling.
Yeah.
I remember Carl said to me last year, Pammy, you're holding up each and every class. You're doing the slowest test we've got in the Grand Prix.
Brilliant. Well, it might be their first 5-star, but I think this is a very exciting horse for the future. Not been in Matt's yard that long. They're getting to know each other, but I think they're exciting.
Yes, very much so. And I liked a lot of that test. I like the way the horse moves. It's got 3 stunning paces, a walk, trot and a canter, with a little bit softer connected, ears to tail and over the top line.
Great ground cover.
Look at that.
Just what did spoil it, and I think for you as well, was the fact that it just lacked that connectivity and the roundness throughout the test.
Yes, it did. And this is, I mean, I don't judge. I came off all the lists. I thought I'd get a bit bored sitting so still forever. I'm a doer, not a sitter. And but this is a really exciting horse to train because of the movement.
Yes.
That was a poor transition.
What mark are you giving Matt?
Well, you've thrown me after the last one, so I'm going to shut up. Totally thrown me.
Okay.
I mean, how can I be 5% wrong? Which I was on the last one. So, was this better or worse? I didn't like the tension in the back. You mark it.
I think the mark's coming up. So here it is, 31.6. So goes just behind Hannah Sue Burnett, goes into 8th place on that 31.6. Hannah Sue scoring 30.5. And remember, our overnight leader still in the lead.
So I'd have had them the other way around.
I think I probably would have as well. I'd have had Matt on the 30. So Yasmin Ingham leads Sandman 7. Well, the next to go for Sweden is Ludvig Svennesdahl. Ludvig, unfortunately, with Stinger, we understand, following the trot up, has withdrawn. He's got stuck in a game of Monopoly with Stinger, so they won't be competing. That is a big shock for the second day of dressage here, Friday, the 8th of May. So with Ludvig withdrawing, it is now the time for Australian Megan Jones. Megan riding Kirby Park Impress, 13-year-old mare based in the hills of Adelaide. And this 13-year-old mare by Kirby Park Nantambu and owned by herself, second at Adelaide in the 5-star 2 years ago, and Team Silver from Beijing in the Olympic Games back in 2008. Super mare, and she can produce a really good test on her day, Pammy.
So she was very straight on the centre line and a punctual move off, and good expression shown in the extended trot. The video camera is just moving a little bit, but we are judging what the judges are seeing. Coming to the left half pass, good bend, good crossing in a rhythm. And oh my goodness, she circled the wrong way. Now, she won't have any of the judges, so her shoulder in shows a very quick changeover. She won't have any judges there to ring the bell.
Okay.
So, what I think would probably have to happen, and all this is for charity, is you give the circle a 6, because it happened in a rhythm in entirely the wrong place, but on a D-Day, the bell would have been rung and she would have had the opportunity to repeat it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Do you think she's going to now repeat it
Yep.
on this race?
She's going to go the wrong way.
Yeah.
So she's doing a freestyle 5-star dressage test.
And actually making the shoulder in out of the circle even harder.
Yes, much too hard. Followed by the walk and the squiggle to the right. She'll kick herself for that. But it will get judged, because in real life, the bell would have rung and she'd have got the opportunity to repeat the circle and you still get the mark. You do at the bottom of the test sheet, of course, get error of course.
Yeah.
Which you can get away with 2, can't you? So we all hope she doesn't make a 3rd.
Absolutely. And Megan is hugely experienced, this Olympic rider, as I said, based in the Adelaide Hills. I stay with Megan and James, her husband, when I'm over in Australia, and they've got a new baby son, Finn, who has been helping with some of the gardening recently.
Very good halt, very square, nice rein back. A friend of mine would say she's got baby brain.
Let's hope she doesn't make another mistake, as you said.
So the lengthening there, a really nice horse, needs a clean downward transition, a little bit of stiffening in the downward transition. Mare listening to her, a super flying change, and expressive. That wasn't just a flying change that happened, it showed expression.
It did, didn't it? It was lovely.
Nice to see the white gloves. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. You can see with white gloves, the hands aren't pulling back, they're staying forward with the horse. And again, whoops, she didn't hold the 3/4 line there, and the quarters swung out to the left, so that wouldn't get such a good mark from me. I suspect the quarters are trailing that way. If you look at the ground, they were quite a way behind. But a nice flying change, that's probably her easier one. Nice mare. I thought she rode into that extended canter beautifully. She just softened the neck a little and then extended, and there was a clean, clear downward transition. And the stretching, that's the best we've seen this morning. Just losing the quality of the canter there a little bit. Corner after. Straightness, and I don't think she's got markers. I didn't answer the aid, and that is what's that stretching. They just switch off a little bit.
Yeah.
Got a white blaze, which is difficult because it almost looks like the head's to the left. No, I don't think it is. It's just the white mark down the left. In the old days, we used to paint the other side.
Really? Did you?
Nowadays, you're not allowed to.
No, absolutely. There was a good test because they can do, as I said, really good dressage. But I expect, like many, Megan has had these horses on a little bit of a holiday. And of course, they're going into the late autumn, winter months now. And she does ride a super test. And this mare, usually on her day, is a very, very hot contender when they're competing. A shame about those two mistakes, Pammy, but she won't even know that she's made that mistake.
No, and she will shoot herself. And it is a little bit of a thing that then it's all a matter of opinion, this judging lark. So it'll be back in the back of the judges' minds. And whereas you might get carried away, and you can easily do when you get 7 after 7 and you want to give an 8. When you've had 2 major errors like that, it's sort of, you're just looking at that half mark down.
Yeah.
Possibly.
So where are we putting this test?
I've lost my confidence this morning on this.
Well, here is the score, in fact, 31.
So that would have been right up there, wouldn't it?
Would have been right up there. She goes just ahead of Matt Heath now, and Kirby Park Impress goes into 8th place with Australian rider Megan Jones. Well, next it's the turn of Katherine Coleman. We go back to the United States of America.
What a beautiful arena.
Katherine is riding here today, Global X. This lovely, as you say, lovely arena, lovely grey as well. And Global X is a super, another mare, 11 years old, by Contador, owned by Kylie LLC, former Brian Morrison ride, who Brian rode this horse for Ireland. And these are a fairly new partnership and first 5-star together.
Okay, she just started really well. The centre line was good, the first 2/3 of the extended trot, and she lost the rhythm a little bit. And if you look carefully here, and the rhythm is the most important scale of training, just losing the rhythm a little bit in that left half pass. Circle a good size, so we're looking for a 3-track shoulder in, and she's just to the left of the centre line. And then corrected it, straightened. A very attractive mare.
Yes, she is, isn't she? And not a bad mover.
No, not a bad mover, but and when they that's nice.
Yeah,
that's a much better rhythm. But when they drop the rhythm and go a little bit uneven in the rhythm, it doesn't mean to say they're lame. They might have dropped the bit on one side. Did you not find?
Yeah, definitely. Just watching. I thought that the half pass was just a little bit straight to start with, but really improved as she floated across the arena.
Yes, it did. It's a very nice. That's a better shot. No, just keep it on that centre line, and at 3 tracks. So rhythm. Oh God, angle varying. Sorry, I had to flip my book open to see which expression to use. Again, we're seeing, normally you'd see this walk so from the front or the side, so it'd be a little bit easier to see the over track. But having a camera right at it, you can't see the length of steps. And again, I think I've been buying a bit of time. My suspicion was that the length of steps could be improved, perhaps. We've seen longer ones or bigger ones, haven't we, Spencer?
Yeah, for sure.
Bigger walks.
Yes, definitely. But again, it's very easy to sit here in the comfort of our sitting rooms and you in your office. We don't know what this mare's feeling like underneath her. Is that all she could ask for on the day?
And I always make a point of saying that. Each horse, like we do, can get out of bed a little bit differently.
Yep.
And if she'd asked for more, it might have jogged. So these are very experienced riders, and riding through field, that might be as much as she could get. And anyway, we weren't able to view it to come out with a remark like that. Pammy.
Fabulous facilities Katherine has, and she bases herself a little bit late behind that change, but she bases herself in the UK and in the US of A, so she is no stranger to Great Britain.
That wasn't late behind, Spencer.
Wasn't?
No, it was.
Okay.
It was took a short step.
Okay.
It left the ground at the right time.
Okay.
But it was. And here your eye was dead right. It was short.
Okay.
It didn't step right underneath, right behind. What on earth was that? Do you know that you can rewind if you're not sure? Now, when you're a 5-star FEI judge, if there's been a discrepancy over, I can't remember the percentage. And normally I get text the answer.
Okay.
But there is a percentage that if you get the 4s and the 8s, you're allowed a rewind.
Ah.
And that's probably because I've kicked off at that top 5-star event, badminton horse trials, several times, because I truly believe if you're riding at that level, that there ought not to be that discrepancy in the marks. I truly believe that. You spend 4 years trying to get round badminton.
Yeah.
And to miss out because one judge made a mistake or didn't make a mistake. And as we've just discovered, it's tough to see, isn't it? It's a split second.
It is a split second. And just watching there, Hannah Sue.
That was lovely.
In fact, Katherine riding around the arena, little dog running around the arena, and Global X taking... was it even in the arena now?
It's in
there.
But
no
it did upset that flying change.
Loose dog.
Have we had that at a 5-star?
In the dressage, I don't think so. We very nearly had it in Adelaide, but I don't think we've had it yet. But there's a first time for everything, and it certainly happened there. Katherine Coleman,
like.
There's lots to like. Super little mare. Again, some high scoring marks in there. What do you think about comparative to what we've seen already today? Where do you think this will slot in?
Well, you see, it would have lost marks there, and for the change that was slow behind, call it what you like, could have stepped under, and this change here
with the dog,
see, and not on the aids, and then definitely late behind.
Yeah,
very much depends. I got caught out on that earlier one. I like the overall acceptance of the aids, the lack of tension, the softness. 32, 33.
Amy Hutton says 32,
34.
33. So, Katherine Coleman and Global X for their dressage here at the NAF Virtual 5-Star Eventing. 36.4
there you are.
Goes into 20th place so far. Well, that leaderboard is still the same. We've now got 3 left to go before the first of the breaks on day 2. And we go back to Great Britain. And this time it is Kylie Roddy. Kylie riding Carden Earl Grey, this super grey. And Kylie is no stranger to the eventing circuit. Love this grey, and they've been going really well. It'd be interesting to see them with this. This is a British bred horse by Last News, 14-year-old gelding. This owned by the Earl Grey Tea Party goers, a first-time 5-star for this former young rider, European gold medalist.
Very straight on the centre line, very square.
Ooh, new camera angle.
Yes, watching the feet. And the extended trot. It's a worker, this horse. And looks, yeah, ears pricked, beautifully turned out. The arena has got letters, which helps us all. Court is just a little bit behind her there, tiny bit of tilting. Acceptance of the bends and flexions, I question a tiny bit. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. Just occasionally at the beginning, he's a super mover, but almost the movement is pushing him out of his comfort zone.
Yes, his sort of balance.
Yeah.
could just sit a little. Whoa. He said, go away.
Yeah, absolutely. Just if he was able just to sit and push. Like we talked about yesterday, the hind leg being the piston in that extended shot, and really sitting and using the hind end. I think we don't know how fit these horses are. We don't know how much the riders have let them down, or how much they've kept them up and running. But they certainly wouldn't be as fit as they would be if they were competing.
And actually, even more, which we didn't say, speaking for myself, I have to go somewhere very quiet and go and do a couple of tests to dig out my competition know-how.
Yeah.
You have to be very sharp, very accurate, every single marker. And there hasn't been a horse trial this year, so a little bit ring rusty has been applied to some of these horses, just pulling out the goods at the right moment. You can school them all at home and have the perfect balance and rhythm, and then go to do things at letters, and the whole thing falls apart. Test riding.
Test riding, it's an art in itself, isn't it?
Well, often I hear riders who come for a bit of a brush up. Harry Mead always used to come and ride one of our school horses through the then 4-star test, but just nothing else other than test riding.
Yeah. Up
until about 3 years ago. And that's quite an interesting thing. I used to say, why do you want to come and ride this donkey? You know, he'd say, well, to get sharp, Pammy, I'm not sharp enough. That was an efficient halt, rein back and strike off. And the canter looks immediately a little bit more expressive and off the floor. Nice horse. Again, he could bend his hocks a little bit more, but that might be what nature gave him. We're looking for the left hind to come through. It was a nice flying change. She sits better in canter. He's probably a bit more comfy. So yes, we don't know whether these horses have been having a nice, easy life, but also as riders. I got a real blasting from Emile, who accused me of not knowing where the F marker was anymore.
Not knowing where what marker was?
The F marker.
Oh.
I kept returning early.
Oh.
And I mean, he just said, Pammy, this is unbelievable that somebody of your experience can't find the blasted letters. That was a good lesson to me, you know?
Yeah.
Every single marker has to be ridden to. This is all very efficient. I like the canter work. It appears a bit more sort of solid and consistent. This is good.
She's riding for every mark as well, isn't she?
Yes. And to use your expression, he's a butty horse.
Yeah.
I learnt that yesterday.
You like that?
Did you look it up?
We did. I did look it up, and the equestrian meaning is short coupled, and short coupled, which means obviously that they're butty and compact.
That's a good expression. So it's not because they have a big butt.
Not because they have a big butt, no.
Good, a very expressive flying change. Tiny bit croup high for the 9. But I've liked this test the more it's gone on. Look at that. All we can see is 2 feet at the end.
Yeah, really lovely halts. Wonder if we'll get to see a side angle of that as well, because super test there for Kylie Roddy and Carden Earl Grey. This could be one that could threaten the top 10 for sure.
Absolutely.
Performance. So where do we think? We're going to see some highlights of her test, but where do you think? I mean, I've already said I think it should
29.
Go. 29. It should go into the top 10.
20, 30, 30, 31, between there.
Okay.
I say that you've got the coefficient at the end, which says harmony and athlete of horse. Confident partnership created by adhering to the scales of training. This test improved as it went on.
Yeah.
And so her N mark, which is ×2, and we've seen this at the 5 stars as they all come up on the board. When that N mark comes up, that just makes the difference.
It really does. So let's see where Kylie Roddy will go with this super grey. And I have to say, her girls or boys have done a fabulous job getting this horse so white.
Beautifully turned out.
The effort and the attention to detail.
He's spooking at the camera there.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it should be around the 29-30 as well. I thought it was a super test. I thought she deserved the marks that she was riding for. She didn't really throw much away.
No.
Well, here it is, 31.5. So it goes into 9th place, Cardinal Gray and Kylie Roddy for Great Britain. Well, 2 left to go for this morning's dressage here on the 2nd day of dressage. And we welcome now Nikki Hill. Nikki riding MGH Bingo Boy. Super combination, very, very experienced. They know each other very, very well. And of course, we must thank our sponsors. We'll do that throughout the day. But SEIB Insurance Brokers, with over 50 years of excellent service, and Equestriana Aspie de la Zouche. They are today's sponsors of the dressage. Nikki Hill for Great Britain, MGH Bingo Boy.
So again, we're seeing this as the judges are. She appeared straight on the centre line and in the move off, and it's forward going. And moves in a completely different way, with that little bit of knee movement, which helps us all later when they're trained to Grand Prix. This is quite smart.
12 years old, MGH Bingo Boy, really good cross country, and the dressage is improving all the time. They were 27th at Burley last year.
Slight wobble, just sort of, and a little bit rushed at the end with the straightening up. It's quite an unnatural feeling to do a shoulder in, and I always think turn the wrong way. The left hind a little bit shorter than the right hind in that extended trot, which doesn't mean to say there's anything wrong, but it just might have lost its balance a bit for me. It's a bit rushed.
Yeah.
Okay, in the half pass, possibly more bend. She says, leaning forward, putting her eyes on the computer screen. And again, the shoulder in. Well, it's good. Now, take a deep breath and yeah, you see, it's just looking a bit untidy at the ends of those shoulder ins. You said yesterday, Spencer, about being seamless, and the tests in the top 3, one movement flows to the next, to the next.
Yeah, and we've said this so many times, but it's all of those small things that marks go. And if it's 0.5 and a continual 0.5, it adds up, and it's really costly.
It does. And if you don't fight for the 8s and 9s and you just get 7s all the way through, that's 70%. And I think we've only seen one test into the 70%, haven't we?
I think we've seen it. Well, we've seen it today. We've seen one. Yesterday we saw quite a few.
3.
Yeah.
4. Yeah. But not the whole lot.
No.
And you can get the 70% by just sitting happily on the 7s. Little bit rounder, and she's obviously realised, Nikki realised it could be a bit rounder, and had what I call a discussion with her horse, who pointed it out to the judges. The canter, I was going to say, the quality of the canter is a bit flat. My daughter uses the word snappy, and it could do with being a bit snappier, and then the flying change was late. going sideways, but again, the quality of the canter is not 3 times. It's not an easy canter to just get smack right. She rode that really well. She got that flying change, and that wouldn't have been easy. See that that's not 3 times. Is it? Spencer, have you got glasses on?
I have got glasses on. No.
And that was late behind. So
isn't losing the quality.
The right canter's worse than the left. That's all right. It's a little bit rounder. It's a lovely looking mare. She looks in cracking. I mean, she's beautifully got muscles up over her top line.
Him.
Thank you. I've had so many mares.
I know. We've got a huge amount of mares in the field, actually. I think there's something like 9, 10, 11, 14, 15 mares in this field.
Coming to this flying change. Oof. So the canter is, whereas the last test improved as it went on, the canter is not easy for her.
No.
I would improve that through collected work.
Okay.
I bring that back to a pirouette canter and lift up the inside hind on both reins.
She's pleased with that test. He's not the easiest. He doesn't always give her the easiest time. He certainly tested her in the arena a few times today. If Nikki, one of the fastest riders on the cross-country course as well, but she is improving with this gelding, and watching this combination over the years. Atmosphere does get to him. They're at home. There's still atmosphere. They still are doing a dressage test. You corrected me on that one yesterday. They know what they're doing, these horses, and they're fit and ready to run. How fit are they at this time of the year now? We don't know. We keep saying that, but he just looked like he hadn't had much work.
Yeah, lovely trot work, and just let her down today with the canter.
Super talented rider, and
I like that.
Finishing those shoulder ins off on the centre line and things like that just add those marks, don't they?
Yes, but he's not easy in canter.
No.
Pirouette canter. Put the hind leg underneath. Might help, might not. But a lot of people take a canter that can go 4 times, close to extended canter, and that's a 4-time beat anyway.
35.2 for Nikki Hill and MGH Bingo Boy. And
leaves her in touch, doesn't it?
5.2 goes into 18th place at the moment. Well, the last to go before the first of the breaks is Caroline Harris. Caroline is a very popular rider. Saracen Horse Feed's there, one of her sponsors. Great that the riders can have the sponsors boards out for the dressage phase of this NAF virtual 5-star competition. Lovely.
Well, we wouldn't be anywhere without sponsors.
No,
sponsors, really kindness, gifts, our local people who bring our bread and butter and the foodstuffs for our students, dropped in a load of carrots for the horses. That was
super
great. Very straight entry, nicely ridden down to halt, and she rode that actual halt really well because he just went to fall out a little bit to the left. What a good looking horse.
Beautiful, isn't he?
Ooh. Oil painting. Okay, can I give that a nice mark?
You can.
7.5, why not an 8? It's only medium, a little bit behind the vertical on the short side. Just show a little more self-carrying. In left bend, parallel, that's all right. Smoothly just into the circle. And into the shoulder in on 3 tracks. All done. We're just dropping a little bit onto the shoulders. But it's got huge range. Active hind legs, I'll give that an 8. And then I'm going to mark down the short side because it's going to drop onto its head again. Not that we can see it, but you can in the mirror, actually. You can just see the nose behind the vertical. Yeah, that was all right, Spencer.
It was very nice. He's only 10. He competed in the 8 and 9-year-old class at Blenheim last year, finishing 7th as a 9-year-old, and really exciting prospect, a really exciting horse for the future, this one.
Well, see the nose behind the vertical. For me, if she could just get it a bit up in front and it just said, hello, we mentioned this yesterday, look at me. Just that tiny bit more, you'd be really excited with those 8s. At least I would. Now, again, for us and the judges, this is a difficult walk
from the camera angle.
From the camera angle, sorry, yes. I didn't mean that it was a difficult walk because there was anything wrong with it. But the camera angle, don't bend your horse to the right before you need to. So I still would like to see, with the walk, I'd like to see a little bit more length of step. That's what I'm trying to find. I hesitated. I had to look it up in my glossary. Can you see that, Holt?
No.
No. 4, 5. So what do you do when you can't see it? Give it a 7?
Well, yeah.
6? Or give it a 6?
I mean, I couldn't see the Holt, and I couldn't really see the rein back. So okay. I don't know what I would have done.
It came for a walk on the forehand a little bit with slightly short steps. That was late behind. I was waiting for you to say that one.
Well, I was going to. You made me nervous.
Again, this is on the forehand now. Just that tiny little bit that's spoiling the whole overall picture. Lovely half pass, super rhythm. She's kept the rhythm the entire way, right hind, right hind, right hind. Yeah, could have taken a bigger step behind. I'll put a 5 on that. It was correct. But on the side camera. Do you know, if I had a dicey flying change, I'd make sure that this was filmed. That's the dicey one.
That's the dicey one.
I'd make sure it was filmed so the judges couldn't see it. You see what a cheat I am?
Yep.
Well, that's what you do in freestyles, isn't it? You put
Absolutely.
You put your difficult movements so they can't see it quite as much. So then they got 7 judges.
She's a beautifully quiet rider, isn't she?
Lovely, nice set of hands, super seat. Really quietly there. Look at that start. I'd love to have that fantastic slim body line. Look at her. She's lovely. So that's the easier flying change. But even so, are these changes just a little new to the horse?
Well, yes, because he's 10. I think this is his very first 5-star. They competed in the 4-star at Blenheim last year, so he's stepping up. And I should think she would be absolutely delighted with that test. And I'm watching him. You can see that there's a lot of work in progress. The changes obviously aren't there yet, more one way than the other. But there's a lot of what I call untapped promise in there.
I couldn't agree with you more. And if I was her, I would ask her to notice how lovely the walk was at the end of the test.
Yes.
And to encourage him to just switch off and do a walk on a totally loose rein when in practice. That would just be... I do a bit of training in my spare time.
You do a little bit, don't you? Yeah.
Just a little, yeah.
Just a little. Okay, so what do we think this is going to score?
He asked me when I see the flying changes. That wasn't right.
They're quite costly for this test, aren't they?
Yeah, and I've been a little bit thrown today on some of the tests that I might have not had quite so high.
Well, there is the score. 36.2 for Caroline Harris, and Falco TH puts them into 21st place so far on day 2.
But I'm going to interrupt you and say we will see that gaining far higher marks in the future.
100%, definitely. Real horse for the future, and everybody should just remember Falco TH, because when these two are more established and more confident in the arena, we're going to see some really high marks.
We are.
Okay, well, that takes us to our first break on day 2 of this, the NAF Virtual 5-Star Eventing Competition. Don't forget, you can check out all the scores on eventingscores.co.uk. You can go shopping in the breaks or through the dressage test. If your husbands or partners don't want to watch all-day dressage, they can go virtual shopping, and the village is open. Also, go to virtualeventing.com and find out all of the raffle and auction prizes that are on offer. Thanks very much to SEIB Insurance Brokers, Equestriana Ashby de la Zouche, and that leaderboard going into the break. It is Yasmin Ingham and Sandman 7 on 26.3. Still our overnight leader. They're still in first place. Gemma Tattersall for Great Britain in second. Quick Look the 5th on 26.4, with Vittoria Panizon and Checkers Play the Game. The horse that was 9th in the 5-star at Le Moulin back in 2018, and won Tattersalls, the 4-star as well. And Sam Griffiths lies in 4th with Paul Brocker for Australia, 28.6. And Holly Woodhead, Great Britain, DHI Loupson in 5th on 29.2. Lots more still to come, so join us after this break.
Superstud's unique self-cleaning design ensures that once your farrier has put a standard threaded hole into your horse's shoe, all you need to do is remove the plug or excess dirt, pick up your Superstud and screw it in. No need to retap. The patented slot in the thread of our stud cleans out any excess dirt as it screws in. We have listened to rider feedback and now have a huge selection to suit your horse and the ground conditions. That's why we are the stud of choice for thousands of competitors across every discipline.
I always use Super Studs when I'm both jump schooling on grass and when I'm competing. I find them a really quality product. I love them because of their reliability, their endurability, and because they have such a fantastic range of different studs. All ground conditions are covered, and because of that, it helps me and my horse feel safe when we're competing.
welcome to my home.
We may not be in the office at the moment,
but we are still here to help.
Insure with SCIB,
And don't worry, if your horse gets sick,
Your funeral car breaks down,
or even your business premises floods.
we're still here to help you.
And so am I.
difficult times are ahead.
But please don't add to them.
By ignoring your insurance and letting it lapse.
If you need us, call us or email us.
I'm still here at the end of the phone or answering your emails.
We want to take this opportunity to thank you.
Our key workers.
The NHS.
We couldn't do it without you. You're doing an amazing job.
SEIB, here to help.
Hashtag SEIB, here to help.
I always use the massage pad on him before I ride. It makes such a difference. You can see that he enjoys it. He comes out so much looser and more supple. He's softer through his back and neck, and I can feel the difference when I ride him. He's come to expect this now after I ride. It helps to relax him.
Okay. Hi, we're Marty
and Tomas
from Monbeg Sport Horses, and we're proud sponsors of Virtual Eventing 2020. We produce our horses from our base here at Monbeg in Ireland and sell to riders from all over the world. So the idea of supporting virtual eventing in raising money for medical charities in each competing nation to help in the fight against COVID-19 really appealed to us. You can find out more about us, as well as our horses, past and present, on our website, www.monbeg.net.
Hello and welcome to my home.
We may not be in the office at the moment,
but we are still here to help.
Insure with SCIB.
And don't worry if your horse gets sick,
Your funeral car breaks down,
Or even your business premises floods.
we're still here to help you.
And so am I.
difficult times are ahead.
But please don't add to them.
By ignoring your insurance and letting it lapse.
If you need us, call us or email us.
I'm still here at the end of the phone or answering your emails.
We want to take this opportunity to thank you.
Our key workers.
The NHS.
We couldn't do it without you. You're doing an amazing job.
SCIB, here to help.
Hashtag SCIB, here to help.
I'm massively proud to be part of the Voltaire design team.
I absolutely love my Voltaire design saddles.
They are so light and give my horses so much freedom of movement.
I love how comfortable the Voltaire design saddles are. Superstud's unique self-cleaning design ensures that once your farrier has put a standard threaded hole into your horse's shoe, all you need to do is remove the plug or excess dirt, pick up your Superstud and screw it in. No need to retap. The patented slot in the thread of our stud cleans out any excess dirt as it screws in. We have listened to rider feedback and now have a huge selection to suit your horse and the ground conditions. That's why we are the stud of choice for thousands of competitors across every discipline.
I always use Superstuds when I'm both jump schooling on grass and when I'm competing. I find them a really quality product. I love them because of their reliability, their endurability, and because they have such a fantastic range of different studs. All ground conditions are covered, and because of that, it helps me and my horse feel safe when we're competing.
Okay, we're recording. And here we go.
Well, welcome back, and it's now the turn of British rider Abby Bolton. Abby riding her mother, Lucy Bolton's 18-year-old Tilston TikTok. Combination that are no stranger. They've ridden around numerous 5-stars. Abby herself rode at her first Burley back in 2015.
And this horse is how old?
He's 18 now.
So, still enjoying life with this exceptionally straight centre line, and move off into trot.
And I can tell you, Abby was a working pupil with me years ago, and he is not easy on the flat. He can get a bee in his bonnet and throw the toys out of the pram, and she does an incredible job with him. She doesn't wear spurs. He is a hot number, and he finds the dressage a real struggle, but she's worked really hard. Tim Downs has helped her with the dressage as well.
Well, he's my best friend in lockdown. I speak to him every single night because he runs Ingustry, and we've been having to work really together to try to work our way through this minefield. Now, when I say that, you know, it could be viewed by some that the posh lot still ride horses.
Mm. Yeah.
But as you know, Spencer, it's not the posh lot, it's the broke lot.
It is the broke lot.
We just all love horses, and I love riding.
Yeah.
And you can't just turn these horses out in the field and abandon them. She's doing quite a smart test so far.
She is. He's keeping himself contained, which is always a tricky one for him.
You know him well, do you?
Yeah, I do know him well. I rode him a lot when she was a working pupil with me, and he's tricky. He's got a very, very overactive brain.
So if you over ask, he says, maybe not.
He says maybe not. Yes, exactly.
And boils.
Yeah.
So you have to be very tactful with it.
Very, very tactful.
And which means that you can get just as much as you can ask, but no more.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're interesting horses and very often great jumpers. And as we discussed yesterday, to win a gold medal nowadays, you have to have a horse in the dressage arena that could win a Prix St George. That could jump.
Look at Abby's just saying there, thank you NHS. She's been doing all of her banners, sponsors banners, Voltaire, Fairfax and Faber. She's made the most of it. Her father is incredibly busy. He owns a arena surface company, Bolton's Arenas, and they're a great family, so lovely, based up in Cheshire.
And on a lovely grass with a mown centre line.
Yeah. Very straight centre line too. I should think Mother Lucy did that. Okay, now keep a lid on it.
You really know this horse, don't
you?
So he took that step forward. 3, 4, 5. First step's quite in diagonal pairs.
And I think he went a bit crooked in that rein back as well. Ben, as he's known to his stablemates.
And she rode the strike off tactfully.
Yeah.
And her lower legs sit in exactly the right place. They the lower legs should hold the hand of the horse. But she's obviously not got spurs there for a reason.
Yes, she doesn't wear spurs on him. Now, Ben, okay.
But he must jump well. Does he jump well?
That's an amazing cross-country horse and amazing jumper. I mean, just phenomenal.
So, you know, that is the gold medal winning horse has to have all three.
Yeah.
Really safe and sound. But I can remember being near to bottom in my first, what is now a 5-star, after the dressage. But God, the cross-country ride was amazing. That was late behind. But he didn't let her in, did he? Just no. Going into it, he sort of said, and again, she showed her tact and care, riding that. canter is just a little bit behind the vertical and not uphill enough, but as Spencer pointed out earlier today and late behind, we're not riding these horses, and I wouldn't have known looking at him, you see, that you ask one spec too much and he's as hot as anything.
He's making me smile because I know what goes through his brain, and I know what's going through Abby's head as well, and he's just so cheeky, so cheeky. And it is making me smile because I'm listening to him high blowing, the snorting as he's canting around. And I'm just thinking, good, just keep it, contain yourself.
And again,
I don't think, Pammy, did she do the circle and let the rain
go? No.
She missed that.
But I think that, well, first of all, we're all doing it for charity.
Yeah.
And then it's difficult to get everything right.
Yeah.
And somebody would have rung the bell.
Exactly.
So she would have had the chance to do it again.
Yeah.
And we've been a little bit lax. In fact, we judged it, looked at a test, commentated on a test yesterday with no letters at all.
Yeah, we did.
And then there was another slightly lumpy, bumpy one. And so, in the true spirit of things, the fact that she missed that out, if it wasn't noticed and over an hour passed, I'm pretty sure the ruling is give it a 6.
Yeah, okay. Well, she's managed to keep a lid on Benjamin, Tilston TikTok, and produced, I think, one of his good tests, because he is a tricky number. There you go. Just to make sure that she's keeping her on her toes. He is so funny. Well, not funny. Not funny, ha ha. But he's a super moving horse, and she has trained him unbelievably well. She got him when he was quite young. He hadn't done much eventing. I think he came from Andy Heffernan's yard, and he has got better and better. But has he got it better with age? No, he just is cheeky.
That was her best change.
He's always struggled with his flying changes ever since I've known him.
Well, I think it's one of the hardest movements for a horse to understand. Because if you said the words to a horse, late behind, short behind, slow off the ground, could be quicker, any of those words, they can't understand that.
No.
And yet us as riders give them all the same correction, kick.
Well, Abby Bolton's score is now coming in. 41.7, goes into 31st place.
It's a very big field, isn't it?
It is. It's a very big field. We've seen some great horse rider combinations. Well, following in from Abby Bolton, we go to France now, and this is Thomas Carlile, and one of the horses that I've been really excited to watch, this mare, Bermain. And Thomas, of course, part of that bronze medal winning team at the European Championships at Blair Castle back in 2015. This is owned by SCA de Belliard, and this mare, just 9 years old, one of the youngest in the field.
So entering on a not quite centre line, he just corrected it. But it's always unfortunate if you can see the A marker out behind, which of course you can't. You can see the post, but then you can't see any marker, but you can see the post. No, nice mare.
She's really exciting. I've been watching her closely. She's another one I wouldn't mind taking home. I've got a lorry full at the moment.
Yes, so have I. And luckily, we don't agree. So if you have your pick, we might get a slight argument. I love mares. I like this mare.
You took Andy Heffernan's Gideon home yesterday.
I did, against the judge's advice. But that was nice and smooth. A little bit of tension in that jaw, I think.
Well, this mare, she scores really well in the dressage usually. And then thinking their first 4-star at Boekelo in Holland, they were 10th. And that was as an 8-year-old.
What an exciting and valuable mare.
Yeah.
You can just see the jaw out to the left. I'm pretty sure. A large amount of polos given to get the white mouth. It's either that or she gets a little bit more white on that left-hand side. How good's your eyesight?
I'm just zooming in with my glasses. I can't quite tell if when she turns right here, we might just see. I think she's just a bit whiter, isn't she?
No, it's white.
Yeah, it's white. She's just white at that side.
That's all right.
But it is, Pammy, you made a brilliant point there. It's detracting. It's something that your eye is drawn to, and then it kind of stays there.
Yeah, and it's took me completely away for the hind legs, for example.
Yeah.
I used to get told off by a show jumper medalist who used to say, Pammy, it's the whole picture. That's quite right, even in dressage. This mare looks exceedingly well. Some of them will be sort of fit, some will be half fit, and some won't be fit at all. Because really, nobody in this world knows when the first events might run. And even rumour, counter-rumour, you wouldn't know who to believe.
Go on. Well done, good girl.
You're in love with this. Nice.
5.
Yeah. Reins, shorten them. She did on the corner.
Another rider riding this test with no letters, just the posts in the ground.
That's all right.
Yeah.
As long as it's accurately ridden to the posts in the ground. A nice flying change. What a super mare this is. I say that because there was no tension going into that. And she's obviously very trainable. And I've listened to you for a couple of days saying, well, it's only 9, so that change will come. What is it? Sheila Wilcox used to say to me, buy and accept what you see, not what will be.
Very good saying.
And this mare is showing it at 9. Yeah, slightly slipped that through. Had her own view on the person videoing at the top. I think Freddie Alberg had a really difficult horse as soon as there were big cameras. And it's probably quite good for these horses to, late behind, to have a few cameras and a little bit of pressure pulling out the goods when the rider wants.
Absolutely. And this is, it's also just worth noting here that a lot of these riders will not have ridden, well, this is a brand new test for 2020 anyway, this 5-star B test, but they won't have ridden the test as it is, dressed up to the nines with people standing around the arena and having whiteboards out there. And it's a great experience, and maybe they'll do more of this.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And I know, because I've been teaching a few lessons on Zoom, that if you actually set out, well, go and do the Grand Prix as if you're doing it on Saturday for a competition, it immediately falls apart.
Absolutely.
And so
well,
then
I'm a great, I don't know whether you are, I'm a great ear watcher. I'm a little bit weird like that, but I love this mare's ears. It's pity about that when she just swung her quarters, but her ears are really floppy, suggesting that she's super relaxed.
I'm an absolute fan of this mare. I'm going to keep all these notes.
Yeah.
And watch these horses with great interest as to what gets into the teams for Tokyo when that happens.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? And we're seeing some super talented young horses. And of course, and it's great that you're going to be following them. And I hope that whoever out there is also going to follow them, because we've seen some amazing talent coming down that centre line for the very first inaugural running of the NAF virtual 5-star eventing competition. This super mare is one
with this test, because they haven't done this test, have they?
No, they haven't. And this mare is one that I'm going to keep a close eye on, certainly for the next 12 months until we know what is happening with Tokyo 2021, because I think that Thomas Carlile, the first Frenchman that we see today, will have a pretty good chance of being on that French team. They're really strong. And I think this is going to mark well as well, Pammy, do you?
Yes, I do. It's got to be the very low 30s, and that's just that very last halt. Let her down.
Well, that mark then, that is now in for Thomas Carlile and Bermain. They go into 6th place on 29.4. So the next to go, and coming down the centre line to a bit of jolly music, is Sebastien Cavaillon, and he rides the 14-year-old mare, Sarah Dargouche. And this is a fabulous combination. Very experienced rider, and they finished at Burley last year, 11th, owned by Monsieur Michel Lancelot.
We got music in the background.
We have.
People up cranes. Woo, what an attractive horse.
She is beautiful. She
Woo.
Always very good dressage. And of course, just following his teammate, Thomas Carlile with Bermain, I mean, we've got two very strong French riders in this field of 50 or so horses.
Just a little bit of interruption in the outline going into the circle, and again going into the shoulder in. But for me, this is scoring a mark per movement more today than we've so far seen. I like the music.
The music's great, isn't it?
I wonder whether it'll come to horse trials. Went back to the outer track a little bit early. We got a shout, Spencer.
I know.
The right bend is good. The crossing. It's not the perfect beat for a trot. It's a little bit quick, the beat of the music. That's the best shoulder in that I've seen on the centre line. It was a bit of a wobble at the end. We get to see this walk, the overtrack, the stretching, a little bit unsteady in the head and neck. They really do need to keep that one outline because that shows a true connection in the extended walk. What are they doing with the music, Spencer?
I think it's just going up and down. I'm sure it'll get sorted out.
You don't have to shout. I know it's loud, but don't shout because I've got to redo the sound, okay?
So super walk. Staying very relaxed, this mare, and you've got good ground cover in the walk.
Yeah, super confirmation. You'd want several foals out of this, wouldn't you, by embryo transfer if she wins a lot. What a halt.
Yeah, very good.
2, 3, 4, 5. Not quite in diagonal pairs.
No, not always in diagonal pairs. Just let that down. But the halt will get that mark because it's separate, and the rein back is a separate mark again.
So what mark are you going to give that halt?
Well, I'd have probably given, I think she was just a little bit out in front. So probably a 7, 7.5.
Yeah, I might have given that an 8. But, whoa, cheeky madam. She took that early.
She did.
She took that early.
Yeah.
He went to straighten her, and she said, there's an excuse. And we discussed yesterday, but we haven't discussed today, that Spencer thought that they'd be having a little hack in the park and doing this for fun. But I think every professional rider here will be producing as good a test as they probably can, because it'll stay on camera for quite some time and be findable. This, for example, is a little mare I really look forward to sitting down and watching when and if Tokyo happens. Very compact, and the other hind could sit under a little more. She's not that big, is she? What does it say?
She doesn't look that big. I don't know. I mean, Sebastien is quite a tool guy himself, and she does look little, but I think she's just very compact, isn't she? She's a real powerhouse, and I think, like you say, maybe the Olympics would have been a year too soon for this mare. That now it's a year later. He's got time to practice, and she could be a medaller.
Yes, she looks that type of mare. Class.
Yeah.
which is a difficult thing to define. But if I went to see 10 horses, I'd have put this very near the top to buy. Just a tiny bit downhill now. It's not the winning test, don't get me wrong. Some of the areas need ironing out.
Yeah.
Like the rein-back and the unsteadiness of the head and neck and walk. Maybe the circle's a little rushed, and at the end of the shoulder in could be a little bit smoother.
She looks in such good, Sebastien just waving to the crowds, looks in really good health, doesn't she? Her coat gleaming.
She does.
And I wonder where that will go, because we just watched Thomas Carlile and Bermain's test, and that went into 6th place on 29.4. Sebastien Cavaillon, Sarah Dargouge, there was some real highlights to this test, and she is a real powerhouse and one that really fills the eye. And like you said, it's one that you actually want to watch.
And therefore, just above, or not quite because of the little areas that need smoothing out? I think your latter thought is the one that I'm going with. So it's a question of wanting to give the marks, but we have to remind everybody watching, we're not the ones writing down the marks in the boxes and adding them up at the end.
Absolutely.
So overall, we'd be surprised. As a trainer, we'd be saying, come on, you can get this a great deal higher. Yeah. Well, that score coming in, and it is a good one. It goes into 9th place, 31.2. I was around the 30 in my mind, but 31.2 for Sebastien Cavaillon and Sarah Dargouge for France. Well, next it's the turn of the man that took over Instagram over a week ago, and it is Fred Scala for Ireland. He is riding Everon Vivendi. Everon Vivendi is former name Corribeg Vivendi, which is why you probably saw that come up on your screen, but Everon Vivendi now. And he's riding in blue gloves to support the National Health Service. We discussed yesterday how long before different coloured gloves and breeches and coats and boots. When you say took over Instagram. Well, we've basically, so last week, Fred took over the virtual eventing Instagram page. Ah, thank you. I thought he'd become the owner of Instagram. Oh, no. So he took over the virtual eventing Instagram page, and we followed him all day, and it was great to have an insight into his very busy schedule. Right. Now, I'm going to slightly complain at the quality of video, but remind everybody that that's what the judges are seeing. Yeah. Just comes and goes a little bit, and it's a bit difficult with the two cameras interacting to know. I'll give that a good mark. I think his arena goes downhill a little bit. And the outline's well maintained there, so that's smart. Right, now let's get a still shot here. This horse is quite busy with its tail, and sometimes the horses get really well known. If they've got busy tails, judges get used to the whole thing, and it doesn't affect them so much. Well, we go back to the days of the wonderful King Boris with Mary King, and his tail always went like a helicopter propulsion, and he used to get marked down for that at the very beginning of his career, and then it was fine because that was just the way that he went. Absolutely right. I fully believe that some horses use their tail like a helicopter as part of them, and do in the field and do when they're standing in the stable, and it's just part of their character. And other horses, of course, use it as to show up when they're resisting. But well, Fred is part of the high performance squads, the Irish team, and very much with sights set on Tokyo 2021, and this is by far his one of his very best horses. 2, 3, 4, 5. See there, that's difficult to just tell camera lens, how clean that transition was or wasn't. So, I mean, there's a lot to like. There's the uphill balance, and then there's a super flying change like that. The extensions have been good in trot, but then you've got the busyness of the tail. So I suppose I'm sort of tossing up where the marks are landing.
Mm-hmm.
The 60, 65%, 66%, 6.6 being fairly satisfied. That change for me could have come a little bit more through. I'm fairly certain. I mean, it's correct. But when we say more through, then in this instance, we'll be looking for the white sock to really step under the tummy and towards the front legs. And it could actually step more under. When you watch it in its normal canter step, the hind leg comes right under.
I bet this horse gallops, Pammy.
Oh, yeah. I used to gallop. I used to love galloping. I was so bad at dressage, I used to have to go very fast.
Honestly?
Yeah, in my day, you got bonus points for going faster than you were supposed to.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Hilarious. Thank you. That was good. White, blue gloves, honestly. Here we watch the black hind leg. Ooh. Yeah, no, I am right, you see. I told you I was right. Taking away my confidence now. Now, look, we can barely see that A marker, but we can just about see that it's straight and the right hind stepped out before a halt where the left hind stood out. Maybe that's a little bit part of the problem. The horse has such an enormous stride to just incorporate this into the dressage. It might step a little bit wide behind, as a thought.
Yeah.
And trained by Ian Woodhead, he'd have the answer to that. No, I'm joking. But years ago, when we were all young, learning, 18, 19, 20, when Ian was 20, he proudly got a horse closer behind by riding with a lunge line around the hind legs. Don't.
There is a score 34.9 for Fred Scarlett. It goes into 18th place so far. And we've got 3 left to go before the next break.
But do you not think that he'll get more marks?
Yes,
when he gets a bit smoother and...
definitely. This horse looks, again, a little bit hot. You know, there's loads of power in there, and it's just whether or not everyone Vivendi knows what to do with it all the time.
Oh, that's a good way of putting it. And he doesn't quite give himself time to breathe.
I mean, like you say, it's all there. It just needs polishing up, doesn't it?
Little bit.
Yeah.
Don't forget what we're saying stays on camera too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's one of the real comedians of the eventing world. He's a great guy, and this is a super horse. And been watching him. He does sit really well. Okay, so now we go from Ireland, we go to Great Britain, and this is Will Furlong. And Will is riding Collien P2, always produces a good dressage, this grey, one that I've certainly been waiting to watch. 13 years old, this mare, by...
That is lovely.
Karen Tan, owned by the Acorn Syndicate and Will himself, former individual gold medalist at the Young Rider European Championships, and that was with his other great horse then, Livingston, and has completed numerous 5-stars with this horse.
And that was all nice. And you're lucky you haven't got the commentator's curse, like Stephen Hadley used to sometimes with the show jumping. This is always jumps a brilliant, clear bang.
These two are pretty consistent in the dressage. I have to say, Will, very, very talented. I think he's part of the Windrush program that Pippa Funnell heads, and he has gained an awful lot from that as well. And in these lockdown times, I think Pippa has been working with these guys virtually on meetings and giving them programs and giving them training things to do, and certainly benefiting from that by the looks of things.
Well, she'll be taking that left shoulder in apart a little bit because he didn't keep the angle and it fell out through the outside shoulder, which was a pity because thus far that's been his, well, first crime, if you like. Just that's been the place he's thrown away the most marks. And just overshot the centre line. So this is where every half mark makes a difference in the end. We're looking at the shoulder in, looking at the 3 tracks, which has just opened up to 4 tracks. So that would just suggest, but it was very smoothly ridden at the end.
Yeah.
And walked in the right place. That actually would be quite interesting to watch with this test, because we would probably, if we were to rerun this, many riders have walked after the turn.
After C, yeah.
Nice walk, just a little bit stargazing, loss of outline towards the end. Again, good walk. This has got a very nice walk. And of course you don't compare, but nicer than we have just seen on occasions. And again, I personally like this test, this halt's not square. I like the fact that they walked and then they halt and rein back. I think 1 or 2 of the other 4 5-star tests, which suddenly sort of bung in a halt when they've done an extended trot or something. This is a bit more conducive to them managing to cope with the cameras, the atmosphere. Well, this is being filmed too for him. Cameraman around the arena. Good flying change. I like the softness here. The white mouth, the still quiet mouth. The still quiet tail. And it's very consistent. The horse is watching in the far field. You see every step of that in a rhythm, nothing altering, nothing varied. 7.5 to the flying change, which swung a bit. That looks nice. You've gone very quiet. You've obviously poured yourself a cup of tea, put your feet up.
No, I'm here, just watching.
Yeah, they've got to be worked on to gain a little more relaxation and straightness, for me.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the first one was the best one so far. On that short diagonal line.
And the stretching, which he's remembered. Yeah, just sort of intermittently looking as if it's taking the rein forward. But he's picked it up well. A little bit of a sloppy corner. Nice outline. Right hind. Okay. Bent out to the left. It fell out to the left after.
So certainly something to work on in these lockdown moments of the changes with this mare.
Yes, I get that feeling. Whilst working on the good things too.
Yeah, she's a beautiful mare, lovely stamp, and always consistent in the dressage arena. I think obviously to everybody watching, to us, it was a couple of those flying changes that just let her down today, the swinging in those changes, and it just didn't happen. More after the half pass onto that straight line.
Yes, I absolutely agree, and a pity because the range and scope, the walk was good, just maybe a little bit more uphill for the balance, and then there was the right shoulder in that was non-existent. So again, a top FEI, and when I say that, I think you get Olympic judges, don't you? or they're the chosen few, is going to mark that right shoulder in down in the hot field that they have. That would get a 4. With the rude words, not shown.
Okay.
Well, either that or I get much meaner judges than the rest of the world. That's also possible.
Well, great test from Will Furlong.
Yeah, lot for like.
30.6 goes into 9th place.
So it could have been even higher.
Could have been even higher. Well, from Great Britain then, with Will Furlong and Collier MP2, just going into 9th at 30.6, we go to Ireland, and our second rider from Ireland, Joseph Murphy, Olympian, and he rides Caesar the 5th. So we had Fred Scala a short while ago, and now we have Joseph Murphy with the 12-year-old gelding by Casero 3. This is owned by the Way Forward Syndicates, and he rode at those 2012 Olympic Games in London. And I think this is their first 5-star together.
Beautifully turned out. The arena looks fantastic. And so does the horse. I love the green coat. Showing off his extension.
NHS on his number, on his saddle pad.
The only way to go. Nice activity here. Sitting very well. Black gloves. He could have white gloves. He's got good hands, Joseph.
What a beautiful setting for an arena.
Yes, overshot the centre line. I used to train him once upon a time. I'd kill him for that. But I obviously don't have to, so he can overshoot the centre line. Yeah, well done. 3-track shoulder in. This looks very active. The horse could be a little bit more active behind, now that I'm just really looking into the hind legs. It's uphill, nicely presented. Joseph showing his experience. No, I'm just looking for the soft left bending. And it'd be nice, I work with a horse, it never pricks its ears. And
yeah.
It'd just be nice if this horse would just throw his ears forward.
It would, wouldn't it?
Look a bit happier on the job.
Yeah.
And that comes from either a horse that's trying or one that's genuinely a bit grumpy when it comes to the dressage.
Sure. Nice horse, class rider.
Yes, yes. Oh, he was born on a horse, wasn't he? Good. Now, I quite like this. Does it say medium walk? It wouldn't say collected walk, and because it's a little bit more active and purposeful than some of the walks that we have seen. Riding forwards to the halt, which is not quite square, and a little bit missed the A marker. 2, 3, 4 and quarters came in and wasn't quite in diagonal pairs. But he's riding the medium canter out and showing a downward transition. And it's uphill, it's active. Joseph, this is better than you sometimes have. Left hind, no. No, no, no. Late. Nice canter.
Really fills the eye, doesn't it, the picture?
Yeah. Quarters trailing. You can see that that's markedly, that's not the camera angle. Now you watch the right hind, right hind, right hind. Yes, yes. Thought it was going to be a no, but it wasn't. It was a yes. And the right hind, it trails this way. Kick. Left leg. Oof. I'm sure that's trailing. Changed the bend early. Yes, just. So you can, my bet is here's an experienced rider who knows that he has to really work on the flying changes.
Yeah.
And by that, not work on them every day at home, but work on them in the arena. And you can have wonderful changes for a week at home, and then they drop out when you do a test. Nice stretching. Canter's just remained active. I needs to really pick him up, wake him up. I've now decided that after the stretching, this last flying change comes as a little bit of a surprise to them. But it was correct, very soft. Mark Spencer. He hasn't done his last centre line or halt.
I think this is a good test. It's been solid pretty much the whole way through. And for me, what I've really loved about the test is that it showed a lot of promise. We have to, of course, be, as the judges are, judging it on what we see today.
One of the best tests I've seen him ride.
He's got so much better in the arena, hasn't he? He just looks like but going on to that, I think for me the Irish dressage on the whole has got so much better. The standard has got so much better over the last few years, and they've got a senior Grand Prix team, and that's the first time they've ever qualified. So, everybody used to say, "Oh, the Irish can't do dressage," but I'm fairly certain that Ian Woodhead still helps the event riders. And I know, because I go over to Ireland quite often, that the dressage riders, and I don't help those top ones, but I've got one that's coming out with 2 horses at Grand Prix, and they're getting seriously good. Yeah, no, they really are. And it's great to see, because the standard of the dressage, I'm sure you will all agree wherever you're watching all around the world, because this is going global, is that we've seen some really class dressage tests, and they might not necessarily be the fittest of horses in these really difficult, really challenging times, but these riders, the grooms, have turned these horses out immaculately well and produced what you see is the best test that they want to be shown to go all around the world at this time. 30.9.
I thought that was going to be nice.
For Joseph Murphy, and Caesar V goes into 10th place. Well, just one left to go before the next break. And this is, we go back to Great Britain now. All the flags around the arena. This is all that home training. It really helps with going to those big international competitions. This is the very tool, Will Rawlin, and he rides today VIP Vinny. And these two, they know each other very, very well. Been watching them over the years, and VIP Vinny he's a really good horse in the dressage, and they've been getting better and better and better. And I'd be really interested to see how he does perform today.
And how does he jump?
Jumps well. He's a really exciting horse, actually.
How old?
VIP Vinny. He is, what would he be now? He's not the oldest of horses. They seem like they've been together forever and ever. He is 12 by Valentino, so just 12 years old, owned by Andy and Miranda Rawlin, and he won the 3-star short at Bicton in Devon last year.
Okay. So we've not done a Babington or a Burley yet?
No.
Okay.
I don't think these two have done a Babington Burley, but they're not far off. I think probably they would have been going this year.
A smart horse.
Very smart. Look at that.
Tiny little bit nose behind the vertical, which is something that if he just corrected from the beginning of the test to the end would, in my opinion, I'll take a real gamble here, put the whole test up 4%. The movement's good. the movements that he does are well presented. Yeah, beautifully presented. You know, one movement to the other, this horse is going seamlessly. I don't want it much more forward, just 2 centimeters. Just that plait behind the ears a little bit higher. Go on, shout at me.
No, I agree. I'm just watching him. I mean, he's doing a good test. He does do consistently good tests. I think at the last couple of big ones he's done, I think he ran Blenheim, Hartbury, Bramham.
Where was he at Blenheim?
Blenheim, I don't think he completed Blenheim. Did his dressage, and then I don't think. But he, again, low 20s at Blenheim. Didn't run cross country. He does do very good tests at the big 3 days, and we're seeing what he's got, and this is great because when I've had arenas, I've always put banners and flappy flags around, because then horses, when they get to these internationals, are used to it.
I think that's a great idea. What a square halt.
Will maybe just checking over his shoulder in the mirror.
Well, why not?
Why not?
And an intact rein back and strike off. No, I asked because very often I was listening to you, and then your next question is, so how do you hit the senior team? And to hit a senior team, you probably have to be in the first 6 at a Badminton or a Burley, or even though the Europeans or the Worlds or Olympic Games might not be that huge a track. And then you said this horse did a lovely 4-star and test.
Yeah.
And so the question often with these riders is how to break into the top lot. So that's why I was asking what the cross country and the show jumping was like. And it's very hard. You get a name and you might get forgiven a mistake, but when you're a name that's not a household name, breaking into the team that was late behind is a little more tricky. Would you not think?
I totally agree. I mean, these guys, they're knocking at the door. He is ready to step up to the big stage now with this horse, and I'm pretty sure they did have a 5-star entry.
Yeah, good change.
But you know, with everything being cancelled, it's a sit and wait game now. 12 years old, he's got time on his hands, so you know, time to put the work in now.
Nice extended canter, well ridden out, well ridden back.
He's expressive in his paces, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I think I get the feeling that both you and I have liked some horses here and wished we could have ridden them.
Yes.
And this is one you want to ride.
Yes. I do like him. He's a nice horse, and I just love the way that Will has trained him. He's adjustable. He goes up and down the gears. That change didn't quite come off, but he goes up and down the gears well, and he stays nice in the frame and nice to the hand. And Will, again, I think he should be riding in white gloves. He's got lovely hands.
Yeah, he has. Well, perhaps they'll have heard us.
They might well have done.
If you've got good hands, why ride in black gloves?
And he thanks the judges. So the last to go before the break, and he's waving
to the
crowd. Well done, Will.
And smiling.
He is smiling. You just see there, Pammy picked up on the fact that he just dropped his nose behind the vertical there in that extended trot, which just took away from the very expressive steps that he had, and would have lost half a mark or so.
Yes, and it's only half a mark, but all these half marks make the difference in the end.
They totally do.
Means you can go just a speck slower cross country.
He's super. Yeah. Watching him in slow motion, he really is super. He's a jolly nice horse. I think I've said that about 10 times, but he's a jolly nice horse.
You want to take this one home?
There've been a couple, but
I like the French mare.
Yeah, she was super too, wasn't she? Nice little compact mare. So where do we think Will Rawlin is going to go, Pammy?
Well, you're in love with it, so you might.
I am. I think he should be a low low 30s. I mean, they low 30s, high 20s.
So you're saying 29.30?
Yes.
And we've just seen Joseph Murphy.
Joseph was on 30.9.
So you think this one was better? Just
I think it was on a par, 31.6. Goes into 14th place for Great Britain, Will Rawlin and VIP Vinny. So the last to go then before the lunch break, Sue Burnett. Hannah riding the Lukes-Well Partnerships. Lukes-Well, 15 years old this gelding by Puissance. Former Katherine Coleman ride. Sue now in the saddle. Very nice straight entry down that centre line. And of course, Jane Tolley and Annabelle Scrimmager are judges at C. And Les Smith, he gets the camera angle from E. Very nice horse in their 5-star debut. Be interesting to see what they can score, because watching this combination when I've been in the States, they have been getting really solid in the dressage. Very nice picture on that short side, and it's often a side that you show the horses off to the judges. Very smooth in the transition into that first half pass. Sue, very experienced international American rider. You may be wondering why you can't hear Pammy. Well, Pammy just gone off, probably an age thing, gone off for a comfort break just before lunch. Not sure why she couldn't hang on, but there we go. So you've just got me. Sue rising to that extended trot. I think it does stipulate in the dressage test itself that you have to sit that one. I just have to go back to that and have a look. And now, as we've done on one rein, we repeat on the other. Very nice again. Maybe a little bit straight through the rib cage this way, but that being uber critical. And remember, these guys are all in lockdown, so these are very much unprecedented times, and they have really pulled out all the stops. I'm very grateful to all of these guys, and of course the chosen charity for the state, Americares. You can find out all the details on the site, virtualeventing.com. We know that William Fox Pitt, in that first horse inspection on Wednesday, won Best Dressed Male and the prize from Hi Ho Silver. Cherry Roller cufflinks go to him. And Gemma Tattersall won Best Dressed Female, and she got a lovely Cherry Roller bracelet from Hi Ho Silver. These guys really did make an effort. If you haven't seen the trot up, then do go and have a look at that. You can re-watch the trot up and yesterday's dressage on our website. Just curling the head, just tilting the head a little bit in the walk. Coming on to that halt now at A, looking for a really square halt. Well, that a very nice halt for Lukes-Well. Diagonal pairs in the rein back, and then quickly into the canter. Just jumped slightly out of the bridle, a bit hollow in that transition. Transitions play a huge part in the test. Overall impression from our riders to our judges is a massive part into that flying change. Didn't quite see that. And then we go to the first of the half passes in the canter. Got a long way across the arena. Nicely curled around her left leg. Onto that 3/4 line, then ride straight before that flying change. Just sit tall and breathe. Good. Prepared and rode that very nicely. Beautiful setup. It's so amazing. I think Terry said earlier, who is supporting our Facebook page, that it's so lovely to be able to go from country to country. We've been to the US a couple of times. We've been to Australia, UK, and see everybody's back garden and their facilities. Hannah Sue coming towards the end of the test. I think this is where we saw Joe yesterday, Joe Meyer. He missed out this circle. It may not have been him. A couple have done it. It's a very easy movement to miss out. But this has been a very, very good, harmonious, relaxed, soft test from Luxwell. Good flying change. Maybe a little bit early before the centre line, but it was still a good change. Just this final centre line. This should be going down the low 30s, I would think. Into that final halt. Very nice, very straight. And saluting our three judges. Hannah Sue Burnett then with Luxwell, 30.5, goes into 7th. Well, that takes us into the next break, and that leaderboard, well, it has not changed. It remains the same as it did earlier on today. Yasmin Ingham for Great Britain still leads, Sandman 7 on 26.3. Gemma Tattersall for Great Britain, Quick Look the 5th in 2nd on 26.4. In 3rd, Vittoria Panizon, Checkers Play the Game for Italy in 3rd on 26.9. With Sam Griffiths for Australia, Holly Woodhead for Great Britain, rounding out 4 and 5. Well, very close at the top, and it's only about 3 marks that separate the top 5. Don't forget, in the break, if you would like to go and do a bit of virtual shopping, the virtual shopping village is open. And if you'd like to go and see the scores, the breakdown of each individual score, then that is on eventingscores.co.uk. Visit the website, virtualeventing.com, for the raffle and auction. That is ongoing. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Once again, SEIB Insurance, Brokers, and Equestrian Ashby de la Zouche. Well, it is break time. We're back after the lunch break with some great contenders, and one that I tipped to go to the top. Laura Collett will be first after the break. Of course, we've got Boyd Martin from the USA, Dee Kennedy, Julia Norman amongst them. So we'll see you in a few moments' time.
When I look at you in your eyes, I see there's something burning inside you. Oh, inside you, in your eyes. I know it hurts to smile, but you try to. Oh, you try to. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind in your eyes. I'm ashamed of what I've done, yeah. When I look at you in your eyes, I see there's something burning inside you. Oh, inside you. In your eyes, I know it hurts to smile, but you try to. Oh, you try to. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind in your eyes. You lie, but I don't let it define you or define you. Eyes, I see there's something burning inside you. Oh, inside you. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind in your eyes. You lie, but I don't let it define you or define you.
Superstud's unique self-cleaning design ensures that once your farrier has put a standard threaded hole into your horse's shoe, all you need to do is remove the plug or excess dirt, pick up your superstud and screw it in. No need to retap. The patented slot in the thread of our stud cleans out any excess dirt as it screws in. We have listened to rider feedback and now have a huge selection to suit your horse and the ground conditions. That's why we are the stud of choice for thousands of competitors across every discipline.
I always use super studs when I'm both jump schooling on grass and when I'm competing. I find them a really quality product. I love them because of their reliability, their endurability, and because they have such a fantastic range of different studs. All ground conditions are covered, and because of that, it helps me and my horse feel safe when we're competing.
welcome to my home.
We may not be in the office at the moment,
but we are still here to help.
Insure with SCIB.
And don't worry, if your horse gets sick,
Your funeral car breaks down,
Or even your business premises floods.
we're still here to help you.
And so am I.
difficult times are ahead.
But please don't add to them.
By ignoring your insurance and letting it lapse.
If you need us, call us or email us.
I'm still here at the end of the phone or answering your emails.
We want to take this opportunity to thank you.
Our key workers.
The NHS.
We couldn't do it without you. You're doing an amazing job.
SEIB, here to help.
Hashtag SEIB, here to help.
I always use the massage pad on him before I ride. It makes such a difference. You can see that he enjoys it. He comes out so much looser and more supple. He's softer through his back and neck, and I can feel the difference when I ride him. He's come to expect this now after I ride. It helps to relax him.
When I look at you in your eyes, I see there's something burning inside you. Oh, inside you, in your eyes. I know it hurts to smile, but you try to. Oh, you try to. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind. When I look at you in your eyes, I see there's something burning inside you. Oh, inside you, in your eyes. I know it hurts to smile, but you try to. Oh, you try to. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind, I'm blind. There's something burning inside you. Oh, inside you. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind.
dance music.
Superstud's unique self-cleaning design ensures that once your farrier has put a standard threaded hole into your horse's shoe, all you need to do is remove the plug or excess dirt, pick up your superstud and screw it in. No need to retap. The patented slot in the thread of our stud cleans out any excess dirt as it screws in. We have listened to rider feedback and now have a huge selection to suit your horse and the ground conditions. That's why we are the stud of choice for thousands of competitors across every discipline.
I always use super studs when I'm both jump schooling on grass and when I'm competing. I find them a really quality product. I love them because of their reliability, their endurability, and because they have such a fantastic range of different studs. All ground conditions are covered, and because of that, it helps me and my horse feel safe when we're competing.
Hello and welcome to my home.
We may not be in the office at the moment,
but we are still here to help.
Insure with SCIB.
And don't worry if your horse gets sick,
Your funeral car breaks down,
Or even your business premises floods.
we're still here to help you.
And so am I.
difficult times are ahead.
But please don't add to them.
By ignoring your insurance and letting it lapse.
If you need us, call us or email us.
I'm still here at the end of the phone or answering your emails.
We want to take this opportunity to thank you,
Our key workers.
The NHS.
We couldn't do it without you. You're doing an amazing job.
SEIB, here to help.
Hashtag SEIB, here to help.
I always use the massage pad on him before I ride. It makes such a difference. You can see that he enjoys it. He comes out so much looser and more supple. He's softer through his back and neck, and I can feel the difference when I ride him. He's come to expect this now after I ride. It helps to relax him.
Of dressage, Laura Collett now with London 52 for Great Britain. It's owned by Laura Collett herself, Keith Scott and Karen Bartlett. They were second at Buccolo in 2018. They won the 4-star at Buccolo last year, as well as appearing on the British team at the European Championships in Le Moulin. This has been picked for the top. What can she perform here today?
Well, we've got a straighter than straight centre line and move off, just the one walk step. White gloves, beautifully turned out, uphill, engaged. This is everything that we've been talking about, Spencer, surely.
Yeah, it really
over
is.
the tests that we've seen so far. That's a true extended trot, ridden out to the maximum, transition at the end, and that's uphill on the short side. Nose forward to the vertical line, and the rhythm completely maintained through the corner to the half pass. And no loss of balance. And this is really showing us clearly the difference between good and very good, which is 8 to the 9s, I would have thought. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I mean, he's 11 years old now and always been super in the dressage, and Laura, a very good rider on the flat.
Look at that, active, uphill. There's the half halt, the balance for the corner, nothing moves, the hands don't move. This is what I call presenting one picture.
And seamless.
Yes, and that's a good word. I'm going to take that one forward. I can't remember what you were taking forward, but I'm going to take seamless forward.
I'm taking my kneecap on the centre line.
You've got to try it out first.
Yeah.
And then you've got to watch it live. And again, for anybody that's sort of joined us to watch this, we're seeing it as the judges see it. Where's that transition? Where's that transition on the piece of paper? Just before, isn't it?
Just before C, yeah.
So there's half a mark there. So walking forward to the extended walk, the judges are judging what they see as you see it on the video screen. I say that very carefully because you can't just see the overtrack there. You can on the turn. There's a good over a footprint. My mother would say her seat bone's moving with the horse's walk. She sets it up here, coming forward to the halt. Wow, this just shows a professionally ridden test. We mustn't put the one hind leg slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those steps could have been a little bit longer. How many steps did you count them?
I think 6 I counted there.
So there was one over.
What's clear and clearly different is that Laura rides those transitions clearly.
She does. Yes, she does. You can see the difference in the medium canter to the, is that collected canter?
Yeah.
Well, then I'd have to say I would question how many collected canters we've seen. We have, or in other words, those that haven't had the high marks over these 2 days have not shown enough of a degree of collection. Into the half pass, we're showing the bend with the shoulders slightly in advance, which is in the FEI directives. To the flying change, all correct, ears pricked. Horse looks a picture. He's got a number on. I'm not sure anybody else has had a number on.
We've had a couple that have had numbers on. Yeah, not many.
And her hands absolutely still. The hind leg of the horse coming right under, a little bit of tension there, was there?
Yeah, a tiny bit, wasn't there?
Before the flying change. Ooh, this is getting a good mark. I hope you're going to go for it. Sure, it's going into the lead.
Well, the current leader, Yasmin Ingham, Sandman 7, 26.3.
24.
You think 24?
Well, you know, normally one can put a commentator. There's a canter that's staying intact as it stretches. I find that really quite interesting. It's something I've never picked up on before. When you loose the reins, the canter's staying the same.
Yeah.
I'm going to let go of my reins tomorrow. The thing will probably fall over. But this is going into the lead. And there's not much room for commentators' curse, and she's a very professional rider. There will not be a mark lost. I love the way she made the turn. There was no pull back on the inside rein to a halt that's immaculately straight and square.
Well, super test from London 52. Laura Collett for Great Britain. That lead held by Yasmin Ingham. Sandman 7, 26.3. Pammy, you've already predicted a score of 24. Are you going to stick there?
Yes.
Yeah.
If not better.
Okay.
I mean, this is a class test.
Yeah.
Look at the self-carriage and the balance.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, come on. That's a
Poetry.
9.
Poetry.
9. Somebody give that a 10, you know. They would. Somebody who's brave enough, a little bit braver. Maybe I've nodded off. You know, these are good marks, surely.
Yeah. No,
if this doesn't go into the lead, you can fire me. I'm used to being fired. Hired and fired. Look at that. Transition 1 meter late. And just holding that angle, I have to say that whenever I was taking an examination, VHS something or other, if you want to find something difficult to do, you put a shoulder in on the center line.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, because that is actually the hardest place to ride, a shoulder in with no angle varying.
Yeah. That was the only bit of tension, really, wasn't it, coming out of that half pass?
Yes, it was.
I mean, this horse has got, you know, it's got medals written all over him. It's just unfortunate at the European Championships last year they parted company. But, I mean, with Tokyo next year, 2021, you've got to think that they are on for that medal. 24.9. Pammy was on the nose. And
really
goes into the lead. So that is the new leader, Laura Collett.
And please, you know, we've no idea what the marks are. We haven't got a board stuck up outside with the marks flashing up. So that was a good guess.
Well, next to go. And you may have seen this arena before as well, because this is now Kirsty Chabert. Kirsty rides Classic the 6th, combination that have had some really good form again, international form. Married to Arthur Chabert, the former Kirsty Johnson, and she will be our next to go representing Great Britain.
Devereux sign in the distance. She's going around her log to get a nice straight entry. And sensibly on the outside of the A marker. That means you can have a slightly shoulder fore feeling on that center line. That's straight. Just a few too many trot steps for the perfect 10.
Kirsty riding this 11-year-old mare Classic, and it's by Calvaro Zeds, owned by John Johnson and Carol Sommers, making their 5-star debut last year at Pau. And they finished 24th in their first 5-star.
Yeah, it was good. Why not higher? Because it wouldn't have been the dressage. Was it time penalties?
I think it was time because she did her first 5 starts as a 10-year-old.
Good, sensible.
She does do a smart test. She's a beautifully put together mare.
She is. We've seen a lot of mares that have belied the thing of them having to be very long in the back.
Mm.
We've seen quite a lot of close coupled mares. Well, that was,
yeah, we really have.
That was on the button. Just fell out through the shoulder before the turn. There isn't quite, I mean, always hate following a good one. And we discussed that yesterday. And looking back, the last one to this, I mean, this is very uphill and behaving really obediently. It just hasn't quite got the same suppleness and elasticity through the movement to the rider as the previous horse. There, the shoulder in is on 3 tracks and then petered out. So angle not maintained and then fell out a little through the right shoulder. Do you agree?
I do agree. I do. It was interesting watching her prepare that shoulder in out of a circle, and she nailed it, and then the mare just lost the angle.
A nice mare.
It's great to see so many mares at top level competition now, and watching this mare's ears. She's listening to Kirsty. They're nice and relaxed, suggesting that she's cool.
I love watching the ears. And there's a lot of people, you know, why are we still riding? There's nothing so good for the inside of man as the outside of a horse.
That is a very, very good saying.
And the joy and pleasure of these horses, that's 10. That's 10.
Lovely.
Stepped up evenly. That's 7.5. There was just a little bit of tension. That was a bit slow. Wasn't quite crisp enough. But nice medium canter. Downward transition we saw from Laura was a lot clearer. Pointed out. To the left hind. Yeah. And I mean, that was a good change. I would have liked a little more straightness. There was a little bit of swinging off the inside rein. I do that. Terrible fault. But she's set the bend up. It's just, you can just see there's a little bit of stiffness down the rein.
Yeah.
And then she took that a bit early. There wasn't a clean half pass, absolutely straight to the flying change. She hasn't got a bottom of a flash on. And
no, I just spotted that as well. I think it's one of the first ones we've just seen in a canvas and noseband, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know what? A judge would rather now see the mouth, it's called chewing on the bit slightly, than absolutely clapped shut with a tight noseband. We ask a lot of these horses how they understand dressage. I have no idea. There was not a clean downward transition there. So there's lots of places that Kirsty will be able to improve on, actually.
Yeah, and this is one of them because the mare hasn't really stretched until after the centre line. It took quite a long time to get going, and that is a full movement and a full mark for that movement.
And then a full corner after the circle. And there, again, the horse comes out against her left leg. So this is showing us slightly the difference, if you like, from a 24. It's still very nice, this test, but towards the 30 mark. Stepped out with the right hind, put back in by the rider. So well ridden. She moved forward before the rider wanted, but it's often debated, you know, when the horses go wild at a big 5-star, when they're supposed to walk out of the arena, do you mark them down or not? And most judges don't. I understand that.
Here we see again the right shoulder in. It was the left one, I think, it was the weaker one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Which, yeah, left shoulder in would mean then it's not off the left leg, which would mean at the end of the left half pass, it doesn't come off the left leg to the right flying change.
Which is what happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm glad you were still with me. I was, you know, a bit nervous then, Spencer.
Kirsty Chabert, 32.8 goes into 19th place with Classic the Sixth, the 11-year-old mare for Great Britain. Well, now it is Julia Norman. Julia riding Jobles van Berelhof.
And already on the centre line.
She's quickly onto the centre line.
You can tell us how old, the breeding?
Yes, I will do. So Jobles van Berelhof. This is a horse that she's been with Julia for a number of seasons now, and this is 11 years old. It's gelding by Blue Boy, owned by Julia. They've been rising up the ranks. This, I think I'm right in saying, is their first 5-star debut. Yeah.
Well, I'm relying on you for the information.
Yeah.
Because you have it in your house, and somehow I didn't. I think that's a good thing, because it means I look at everything fresh.
Yep.
As if I don't know them, which of course is what all judges do. sometimes. For me, this horse isn't, to use the quite correct word in this instance, connected. I'd want more roundness. It's against the hand a little bit and not quite settled onto the job. Moves all right, but he's a little bit stiff in the back and just doesn't quite accept the rein aids. That's the word I've been looking for. I knew my mother would come to the rescue somewhere. And yet, funnily enough, does in the half pass. I'm just coming a little bit rounder now. Would you agree, Spencer?
Yeah, he just jumps out the bridle, doesn't he? And it just doesn't keep that connectivity from, as you talked about it earlier. When I'm teaching, I always tell people it's like bouncing a ball, and it's got to be full of air, and your legs are putting that air in to create the bounce. And you take the air out, and it doesn't bounce very high. And he just needs that from the tail to his nose, that complete roundness.
With the bounce.
With the bounce. And I always say that, what you're ultimately after is the Wimbledon tennis ball on men's final day, that, the real sharp bounce
that's a good way of saying it. I'm going to use that tomorrow. That's good fun. I do use the tennis ball analogy, but I was just trying to think of where. It's funny how we pick up things from other sports.
It really is.
And of course, golf and tennis were the first things that brought about the psychological effect as to how to watch a ball. And now sports psychology is used in everything. She came around that corner with the quarters to the right. I really would want this horse a whole pile rounder. I'm sure she would as well. And it may be that because she hasn't ridden a test for a bit, he worked in beautifully and then came in here and just stiffened and got a bit tense. Hello?
Yes, no, absolutely.
Right heart, well, isn't that a right heart? Oh, that's not the right half pass. No, that was just the first change, yeah.
Yeah, that short diagonal. I was just watching him, because what's clear from the picture in the trot work is now quite apparent in the canter work, and it's just all of that connectivity and him being soft to the hand and soft to the bridle is just slightly ruining the picture. But what he has got has got very good paces.
He's got late behind changes, which is something separate. And I suppose all-encompassing, he needs to be more on the bit. Or accepting the bit. Which he's not doing today. Doesn't mean to say he won't. So now we come to the stretching. So he does that all right. I'd keep him down there for a month. That's a Pammyism thrown away. A half halt on the bit. Ugh. That was interesting.
Yeah.
It came off the floor at the right time, but kicked at the rider's aid. It won't get a better mark than some of the others.
It's a very interesting movement, that, isn't it? We've seen actually the demise of some of the horses as they do that stretch on the centre line. Some of the canters fall apart, some stay in a good balance. We just saw London 52 with Laura. And then the pickup to the change. It's really fascinating.
It's whoever thought that up, that is really clever, actually.
It is.
Because you'd think it would relax them and the last change is going to be better, and we've nearly finished our test. But it's a little bit like a tricky fence that nobody's quite realised is as tricky as it is.
Absolutely. And
towards the end of the course.
I think it will be, and I think it has done, lull a few riders into a false sense of security. The importance of the balance from the canter circle, letting them stretch to that diagonal line for the change.
Absolutely.
Well, Julia Norman, your blessed van Berelhoff. in their first 5-star. They've competed in a couple of 4-stars. I think they were at Bramham last year. And certainly Julia would be wanting a 5-star run pretty soon with this. And you can't say he's not talented, because he is talented. It's just, again, polishing up the moments and making them brilliant and shine.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got the right movement.
41.4 for Julia Norman.
Yeah, I think that's
into 39th place. So now it is Dee Kennedy. Dee riding Checkers Playboy. Dee herself, I'm sure you've heard me mention this before at some point. Dee, a very good singer. She was in the girl band Paper Dolls a number of years ago. She's ridden a lot of 5-stars. And with this now 18-year-old by Kennedy, owned by Dee herself, and they've been long-time partners, so they know each other. And this is, again, what we've been witnessing. We've seen some new combinations. We've seen some combinations that have been together for years, and knowing your horse inside out is half the battle.
Yes. Actually, I didn't know that she was a singer, and we all assume everybody hears us all the time.
Yeah.
But
that's a 10-meter circle.
I know, we had that yesterday. I had to ask you for a copy of the test sheet via the internet. And that's a little bit hard because the camera's moving at sea.
And I think he's got blue nail varnish on.
Has he?
Yeah, I think I just spotted that as he came down the centre line. We're seeing in the next shoulder in.
And so what's on his bottom? Other than, that's not a rude sign, is it?
I don't think so. We'll have to catch that one as well.
You will do. Now he's softening a little bit.
He's a nice big horse, isn't he?
He is. Rangy.
No, he has got blue toes.
So he's got blue toes, and what's on his bum? He just goes against the hand that little bit. Okay, so now we see it. So it's not a V sign.
It's a Playboy bunny.
It's a bunny.
Playboy bunny. Well, because he's called Checkers Playboy.
Oh, well, there you are.
Yeah, so he's got the Playboy bunny on his bottom.
Well, as long as it's not a naughty sign. I did that midway through a Grand Prix test once.
Did you?
Yeah, at Peter's store, because he was looking to see whether I could sit to the sitting trot at Harbury. I know him that well. He put his fingers like binoculars. He was judging at B. And I thought, right, you little devil. It was all over social media 5 minutes later.
For the walk, Pammy,
it's not ground covering and stilted and a bit short and lateral nearly. There it's better. So it sort of comes and goes. Fair halts. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit reluctant.
Not really in diagonal pairs either.
No. He's tricky, this horse, because I would imagine riding him that the feel down the rein, he doesn't just give in and soften and do it for himself.
Yeah, she's got her NHS banners up around the school as well.
But a fabulous change. That really was good. Did you miss that looking at the banner?
No, I saw that. It was a very good change.
A little bit of tilting on that corner. It's just not easy in the mouth. Yeah, it's shaking its head now. And yet her hands are perfectly still, so there's no reason. She rode that change off her seat and legs. She's got no other option. So she rides well. But he is just against the hand. Surely, isn't he? A good change. There you are.
Done 3 very good changes so far.
Yeah. But he will be being marked down for... That's nice. No.
It'll be interesting to see what happens on this circle with him, won't it? If he is against her hands. Whether he
I think he'll let go.
Do.
No, he hasn't totally.
No.
No, he doesn't. So she ekes every mark out of him. Nose out to the right. It's very difficult to keep what a trainer I used to work with called straightly connected. And that's quite a good way of describing it. Neither out left nor right, but just staying straightly connected down both reins from both legs. Well, he just crossed his legs. That's how he's to stay in that frame.
Yes.
Yeah, she just done a yes.
I mean, again, we watched that. We're not criticizing. We're just saying what you're seeing on the screen, and when it's good, it's good. And we just saw with Checkers Playboy how he was being tricky for Dee. She was riding every bit out of him, loving the blue hoof polish on his toes, and the Playboy bunnies and the NHS signs, but he didn't give her an easy ride.
No, he didn't, and I'm just trying to jot down the mark. I've written a 3.
Yes.
And then it's whether it goes. See, the changes were good. 35, 33, 34, 35. I found him stiff in the back. If you tell me it's 31, I'm going to go shoot myself now. The were things to like, but he wasn't round enough and soft enough and through enough. And I'm renowned for saying, what do you mean by that? And yet he shows scope, and the changes were correct.
Yeah, they're 4 very good changes.
So you got 4 very good correct changes. The shoulder in came out of it when he chose to. Right, what mark are you giving it?
I'm going to...
Mary's arguing.
You've gone 35, 34. I was going to go 33, 34.
Okay. So, well, we're not far away.
No. So that mark is coming in for Dee Kennedy and Checkers Playboy, and a huge whoop, and punches the air. That mark coming in.
Well, at least I wrote the 3. 33,
and
34.
The mark is... Come on, where are you? Come on.
Stuck.
You know you want to give us it. There it is, 35.3. Well done, Pammy. 27th for Dee Kennedy and Checkers Playboy. Well, we've got now 4 left to go, and it's Great Britain, USA, and Great Britain. And the next that we're going to see is from Leicestershire, and the galloping girl in pink, as I like to call her. It is Emma Hislop-Webb, Emma riding Waldo III. Emma has ridden at a number of 5 stars, and this poor horse, I shouldn't say poor horse, but this horse for breast cancer, I think it was last year, was dyed pink. And
that's why you call her the galloping girl.
Well, she rides in pink as well. Everything is pink. It is Princess Emma, and she dyed in pink for breast cancer, and it took weeks for the dye to come out of his white coat. She's got the NHS banner on one side. She's got the rainbow on the other. She's based near Vale View Equestrian Centre up in Leicestershire, and Waldo is a great campaigner for her.
And he started his test well. A little bit against her aids there, so she didn't quite get to the centre line, and her circle is 9.5 meters. And the shoulder in isn't quite on the centre line, or now it is, now the hind legs are. You just don't want to see the A mark at the other side, and then it becomes even more obvious when the shoulder falls out. So it's all these little things that, I mean, this is not bad, it's good, but it's the little things, as Spencer said, the half marks that bring it up to that top percentage. She came back early, and she was already had taken out her medium trot steps well before the F marker. Doing her right half pass, is a bit against the hand, just coming up a little bit, but the rhythm's maintained. She comes into her circle. I must say, if I was doing this competition, I might video it all from the side, then you couldn't see whether she's on the centre line. You wouldn't see the A marker behind her. Well, you have to learn every trick in the trade.
He's got pink ribbon, pink bows in his plaits as well. I just noticed that.
Probably.
They really have gone to town, all these guys. They've done such a great job, and we've got to be mindful that it is for NHS, it is for all of the frontline workers and medical charities all around the world, and every penny is going to those guys that are working so hard and in dangerous times, putting their lives on the line, and we just want to do our bit from the eventing world to thank them.
Which is quite outstanding, really, and very important that we all do so in this awful times that it is worldwide now, with nobody any idea of how this whole saga is going to unfold. Ooh, you naughty boy. Well, in that he went stand up square and thought, nah, shan't. He's quite an interesting mix. I was taught by somebody years ago that a horse that appears lazy can be a hot horse. And I think this guy is a little bit hot and quite sensitive, and then it comes out as just not quite finishing things. He didn't finish his left half pass. He didn't quite finish his halt. He's done a very nice change. He's now come round. I love his ears. Pricked. But it'd be very easy to say, use more legs, do more of this, do more of that. But yes. I think he's quite sensitive. Come on, the centre line is over here. Only she's got to get across the other side of it. Yes, you see what I mean? He doesn't quite come off that right leg, which is, she then took a gamble, took the change early, and it was then late behind. But that all started because the half pass, again, a helpful comment Emil gave me was, when the problem happens, it's in the movement before.
Yeah.
That should work. So that brings us back to the stretching. Is the route behind that last flying change?
Yes, which is what I think we picked up on or touched on, the quality, losing that quality of the canter, being able to pick it up and then ride the corner, not drift round it, to then get on that diagonal line.
Yes. Stretching, I mean, it lowers its head and neck, but doesn't really take the rein forward. Now, you need to shorten your reins a mile, always just there. Get into the corner, wake the canter up, and probably wake it up again, just on that turn. And get your right lower leg forward, and get the change. Behind the vertical, a little bit. It's quite interesting. He sort of started a bit against the hand, and now he's come a bit behind. And Houdini is not even on the centre line. That's what I mean about him being a bit hot and a bit lazy. He's a bit of both. But she's pleased with him. He's got a lovely pat. And for anybody who's joined us, we have no idea whether these horses are half in work, fully in work, or dug out of the field yesterday.
No, absolutely. And I think I totally agree with you on this one, Pammy, that he is, or seems, a sensitive, or to have a sensitive disposition, and Emma has to be quite clever in the way that she rides him, because sometimes he backs off her completely, and then other times he's completely on her.
Yes.
And it's the not knowing when he's
and
going
the
to give what. Yeah, exactly. So what mark are we going for with this horse?
Well, I'm confused. It's around the bunch in the middle, the sort of the 36, 7. Because this horse didn't show me consistency.
No.
And like that, step back.
Yeah. Well, the score in 40.6 for Emma Hislop-Webb, and Waldo the third goes into 40th place.
Yeah. So,
well, we've only got 3 left to go on the second day of dressage here at the NAF virtual 5-star eventing competition, the very first running of this virtual competition, and it's now Jinny Howe. Jinny riding Trendy Captain Clover, and she rides for Antonia and Millie Kay, and this is a 10-year-old bred by Charles Hanley, and they competed at Blenheim last year, and Jinny is based in Oxfordshire, and she rode Poe and Burley in 2019 last year with Undolgo de Windsor, but today with the 10-year-old Trendy Captain Clover.
First rider to do shoulder in before she came in to come down the centre line. It's a really useful movement to do because it stops the quarters curling in. Halt salute, move off. I have to say that where these halts have been on this centre line have varied slightly. L and I have moved a little on occasions. Very, very nearly throws the left front a bit more than the right. Now, I've got a horse that does that, and it's got nothing to do with whether they've got a sore place in a leg. It's just they just balance onto the rein aids a bit stronger one side. I mean, it was 1/4 centimetre, but to my eye, I could just see it.
And how can you stop that? Can you make it less obvious?
You try a long whip in one hand, a long whip in the other, a jumping whip on a shoulder.
Yeah.
You hold a contact more and you keep experimenting, don't you?
To see what works.
Yeah, and I found that...
I presume that none of them are the same, and one trick might work for one and not the other.
Absolutely. You're coming to give me a dressage lesson on your first available spot. The lady's very impressed. But you're quite right. That's why they're horses. That's why we're all in this sport. They're all so different. When I got told by some stickler a couple of months ago, but the aids are, I said, so you take 5 dogs for a walk? Do they all react the same?
Yeah.
Right, we've got workmanlike here, springing to mind. We've got the right sort of outline, a little bit of overbalancing here and there. If you look carefully at the horse, conformationally, he's a little bit short of muscle in front of the wither, which over the trapezium, and when he gets a little bit more in self-carriage, he's relying on being quite well ridden. He's just relying a little bit on the rider's hands. It's a motorcycle.
Yeah, I think that you can see that with him. He's still quite young, and I think first 5-star Antonia and Millie Kay that own this sort of been long time supporters with Gin and not with Gin.
Careful, Spencer. You've obviously got on your mind the first drink of tonight.
And Ginny's such a good rider, so talented. I think she did 4 there.
Yes,
but then we don't know what he's like, and that may be one of those damage limitation things that they tell us sometimes. 4, that's enough, and you go on. Rather than risk it for a biscuit, go for 1 extra stride and it all fall apart.
Absolutely, and I think the trouble for me started in the halt. In that it would have been just quite nice if he just stayed forward to that halt and stood like a statue. But he took the beginnings of the rein back. But that's good too, because you don't want to kill a horse stone dead from trying for you.
No, absolutely.
And if it just gets there a bit ahead, you just sort of pretend that you meant that anyway.
Yes, because it's so easy with these horses. Oh, just kicked out a little bit. So easy with these horses just to knock their confidence for being, you know, either exuberant or a little bit like he was down the bottom, reluctant to go forwards. And you've got to keep them on side. They've got to be your friends, and you really want them. The feeling that you want in your hand and in your body when you're riding is they feel like they're smiling.
Yes, and trying. You never knock that out of them.
No.
And we are all human, and they are horses. And to cement that partnership, that's good. She's leaning in a little. You can just see the drop left shoulder, but the stretching's all right.
Yeah.
Gather your reins up, ride a corner. Nearly. Yeah, good boy.